think we want to start the recording and ask for translation interpretation.
We'll do that at 6:30 now.
Not now.
We can just...
Okay.
Yeah, so you can call the meeting to order, do a roll call, and then just see if there's any comments for closed session.
So yeah, let's call the meeting to order and have roll call.
Thank you, Vice President Bogus. Student Delegate Hansen, Student Delegate Kenoshita, Commissioner Alexander. Here. Vice President Bogus.
Here.
Commissioner Shu.
Here.
Commissioner Matamati, Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman-Ward.
Here.
President Lamb. All right. Thank you.
Okay, and now I think we'll call for public comment.
Seeing none, are there any online?
Seeing no virtual public comment.
Okay, seeing that, we will recess for closed session.
SFUSD will provide closed captioning and American Sign Language ASL interpretation services throughout today's board meeting. Live transcription can be found here, https://www.streamtext.net/player?SFUSD-board. Attendees who wish to provide public comment to the board and would like an ASL interpreter can use the Q&A box in the Zoom app to type their name or handle and list the item or items on the agenda they would like to comment on. The attendee will need to have a functioning camera in order to communicate with the interpreter and the board. When it is the attendee's opportunity to provide comment, the Zoom host will promote the attendee to panelists and enable the attendee's video. Translation, go ahead, please. Translation, go ahead, please.
Hello, good evening. Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
good evening, everyone. The San Francisco Unified School District provides free interpretation for everyone. This message is, please, if you need any Spanish or Chinese interpretation, please call the number that's shown on the screen. This message is going to be repeated in Chinese and Spanish. 各位家長晚上好，呢度係三藩市聯合校區將會為今晚嘅會議提供廣東話傳譯服務嘅。若果你有需要的話咧，請打熒光幕上面嘅電話號碼。電話號碼係1484-854-3328，密碼係721-609-895，井字。唔該晒。Spanish, please go ahead.
Buenas tardes. Si usted desea servicios de interpretación en español para la reunión de esta tarde, por favor llame al siguiente número para conectarse con Google Meet. 1-319-382-9676. Una vez conectado, por favor entre el siguiente número de acceso: 665-996-976 y el símbolo numérico. Muchas gracias.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is the ASL English interpreter. Could you please assign co-host capabilities to myself and to Kirk? Thank you so much.
Does that conclude translation and interpretation? Okay, thank you. I'd like to reconvene to open session. Tonight,
We do not have childcare available, just wanted to announce that. And at this time, I'd like to have Vice President Bogus to have a readout of our closed session.
The first item we have coming out of closed session is the vote on student expulsion matters. I move approval of the expulsion agreement of one high school student, matter number 2022-23, for the district for one calendar year from the date of Board of Ed order to expel August 10th, 2022 to August 9th, 2023, and place at Civic Center Secondary School. Can I have a second?
So moved.
Okay, roll call, Mr. Steele?
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Vice President Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Shu,
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi, Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman-Ward,
Yes.
President Lamb,
Yes.
Student Delegate Hansen,
Yes.
Student Delegate Kenoshta.
Yes.
Thank you. 5 ayes.
All right, we'll move to the next item. I move approval of the expulsion agreement of one high school student, matter number 24, from the district for one calendar year from the date of the Board Ed order to expel August 10th, 2022 to August 9th, 2023, and placement at Civic Center Secondary School. Can I have a second?
Second.
And before you take roll call, just to confirm, for this, just commissioners vote, or do student delegates as well?
Yeah, that was my mistake. I was going to correct that when I spoke this time. Sorry. Yeah, apologies.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Shu,
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi, Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman-Ward,
Yes.
President Lamb.
Yes.
5 ayes.
Right, thank you so much. And so the report from closed session, in one matter of anticipated litigation, the board gave direction to general counsel. In the matter of JA versus SFUSD, case number 420CV03701 KAW, the board, by a vote of 5 yeas, gave direction to the general counsel. In the matter of student RKL versus SFUSD, the board voted by a number of 5 A's to approve a stipulated settlement and release agreement up to the stipulated amount. In the matter of student AM versus SFUSD, case number 2022051023, the board, by a vote of 5 yeas, approved a settlement and released agreement up to the stipulated amount. In the matter of student JS versus SFUSD, case number 2020702229, the board, by a vote of 5 A's, approved a settlement and released agreement up to the stipulated amount. In the matter of student CP versus SFUSD, case number 2022060558, the board, by a vote of 5 yeas, approved a settlement and released agreement up to the stipulated amount. And this ends the report from closed session.
Thank you, Vice President Bogus. Again, I'd like to welcome everyone to the regular board meeting for Tuesday, August 9th. And we have our opening item, our land acknowledgement. We, the San Francisco Board of Education, acknowledge that we are on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land and in accordance with their tradition, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all the peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush community and by affirming their sovereign rights as First Peoples. Item number 2, approval of board minutes, regular meeting of June 28, 2022, and special meeting of August 2nd, 2022. I'd like to ask for a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Any corrections?
Yes, the meeting minutes for August 2nd indicate that I participated in person, but I was via teleconference video.
Thank you. Please note it with Commissioner Weissman-Ward's correction. Roll call vote, please.
Correction noted. Student Delegate Hansen,
Yes.
Student Delegate Kanosta,
Yes.
Commissioner Alexander,
Yes.
Vice President Bogus,
Yes.
Commissioner Shu,
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi, Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman-Ward,
Yes.
President Lamb,
Yes.
5 ayes.
Thank you. For review of order of agenda items, I will be moving up items items I, J, and K to follow public comment. Please note that. Go ahead, Vice President Bogus.
Just want to remind the public that if you want to provide comment, to turn in one of the comment cards up here to the front, just so that you'll be able to provide comment at the appropriate time, whether it's for a particular item or during public comment.
Thank you. And Superintendent Wayne, your first superintendent report.
Thank you, President Lamb, and good evening, everyone. I am pleased to offer my first superintendent's report. I actually have a presentation this evening where I'm going to introduce myself a bit more and speak to my 117-day entry plan. So if you're wondering why it's 117 days, please stick around for that presentation. In the meantime, I'll just share how I'm very excited because the first day of school is quickly approaching, and we're working hard to welcome back our students and families on Wednesday, August 17th. I'll be out visiting our schools and thrilled to be getting to see students in classrooms and teachers in action, and just always love the first day of school, and glad to be spending it here in San Francisco Unified. As we start school, just a reminder, we still have COVID-19 health and safety protocols in place. The pandemic and the virus seems to be here with us for a while, but we do have methods and tools to decrease its impact on our well-being. I want to appreciate how well the community in San Francisco has done getting vaccinated, and that helps prevent the worst symptoms of COVID-19 and helps keep our hospitalization rates low. And so public health experts continue to reiterate that schools are safe. In-person learning is critical to student well-being and development, and that cases and hospitalizations in San Francisco and children have been low. Please check out our website, www.sfusd.edu, for all updates related to COVID-19. We just shared a message last week about what we're doing to prepare for the start of school. We are encouraging families to have students tested before coming to school after summer break and many people going on vacation. We will have tests available if necessary. And we also are strongly recommending that masks are worn, continuing to follow the guidance from CDPH. And so we're also waiting to get guidance on monkeypox from the Public Health Department. We know it's just sometimes can be scary times as we navigate all this, and want to make sure our community and families have the most up-to-date information and know that we're helping keep our students safe. Just two more brief updates. The San Francisco Unified School District will offer free meals to all students in the 22-23 school year, regardless of a family's income, and continuing our efforts to ensure all children receive healthy and nutritious meals in San Francisco. But I do want to encourage you and remind families to please fill out the multipurpose family income form. So even though that's not needed to qualify for free and reduced meals, it's a very important driver for school funding and may allow families to qualify for additional benefits like reduced price utilities. So please make sure to fill that out. And then lastly, you've hopefully seen it on billboards and on Twitter posts and around that San Francisco is hiring. We're working hard to expand our efforts to recruit and hire teachers, paraeducators, clerks, and other positions throughout the 22-23 school year. And similar to school districts around the state and country, the SFUSD is experiencing staffing shortages in most roles. And so to apply for a teaching position, candidates must have a bachelor's degree. And we're working to help people get through, get their credential to be able to work in our schools. And so if you can visit careers.sfusd.edu to apply, and we encourage you to apply. And just want to appreciate the work being done by our current staff to bring in new educators. I got to see the Pathways to Teaching program, where we have our own credentialing program in San Francisco. That's really neat, and appreciate that we also have a pathway for paraeducators to become classroom teachers. These are important efforts to, in some ways, grow our own in San Francisco and make sure we have people who are committed to our students working in our classroom. So again, encourage you to apply, and looking forward to sharing a little bit more about what the first 117 days have in store for me and my leadership in the district a little later this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent Wayne. At this time, I'd like to have student delegates Kinoshita and Hansen give their report.
Hello, Isabella and I have been serving on the Board of Ed since June, but as the new school year is technically starting today, we wanted to reintroduce ourselves. So my name is Cal. I'm a senior at Lowell, and I'm one of the student delegates that the student body elected to represent them on the Board of Ed. And I'm really excited to continue the work of bettering our district, particularly in regards to addressing student outcomes, achievement gaps, and addressing sexual violence.
Hi, I'm Isabella. I'm a rising senior at SOTA, and I'm also excited to begin serving as one of the 2 student delegates this year. I understand that there are various challenges that our school district faces, and I look forward to building a safe and accessible learning environment for every student.
In other news, we cannot wait to start reconvening the Student Advisory Council, which provides necessary feedback for the Board of Ed, and decisions should be out in the next week, so keep an eye on your emails if you applied, and if you didn't apply, don't fear.
We are still accepting applications for the Student Advisory Council and will accept students on a rolling basis. Students can apply through tinyurl.com/applysac22. Thank you.
Thank you so much, student delegates, and welcome. I know we've already welcomed you earlier this summer. You didn't take a break, but we're thrilled to have you with us and serving with you this school year. For recognitions and resolutions of accommodation, announcements of scholarships awarded, none tonight. And this evening, we do not have rave awards recognizing all valuable employees. Now into agenda item E, public comment. Tonight, we're going to allocate 60 minutes for public comment of non-agenda items. I see we have several cards, many speakers for public comment in person as well as joining virtually. I encourage speakers who are speaking on the same topic to collaborate and combine their comments so that board can hear all viewpoints during our limited time. And of course, as always, please note that the board accepts written public comments via email to boardoffice@sfusd.edu. And at this time, all speaker cards for a public comment must be submitted. Please note that public comment is an opportunity for the board to hear from the community on matters within the board's jurisdiction. We ask that you refrain from using employee and student names. If you have a complaint about district employee, you may submit it to the employee supervisor in accordance with the district's policy. As a reminder, board rules and California law do not allow us to respond to comments or attempt to answer questions during the public comment time. And if appropriate, the superintendent will ask that staff follow up with speakers directly. So Mr. Steele, at this time, we will begin public comment on non-agenda items, please, and it'll be 1 minute per speaker.
Thank you, President Lamb. Point of clarification, is that 60 minutes of in-person or 60 minutes total for 30 in-person and 30 on Zoom?
At this time, we'll do 60 minutes total, and then we'll see if we still have remaining speakers in person.
Thank you. So I'm gonna call you five people at a time. So when I call your name, please come line up at the podium. And as always, please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Madison Williams. Chris Klaus. Philip. I can't read the last name, I'm sorry. Yeah, Philip. Aaron Musisa Bolek. And Natalie Harizi. Go ahead.
How about, we good? Okay. Hi, my name is Madison Williams, and I was an educator this summer with the Credit Recovery Program. I was not paid $2,400 pre-tax in summer school wages on our July 29th paycheck. I became severely ill with COVID in late June and was paid 16 cents an hour for my leave rather than my contracted hourly wage. When I initially reported these errors, my help ticket was actually deleted out of the system several days later. No one knows where the original help ticket went, and payroll is still trying to figure out how to pay me and other summer school teachers who contracted COVID. I am still being treated for the effects of this virus, as it has really hurt my ability to breathe, and I suffer from post-COVID syndrome. I would like to focus on my recovery instead of being here for like the millionth time this year.
Thank you.
Asking you to pay.
Is it on? Okay. I'm Chris Klaus, a SPED teacher at Washington High School. I have personally experienced and have heard far too many atrocious pay issues from colleagues at Washington and across the district. You just heard from one of my colleagues. These issues are harming our educators, our communities, and most importantly, our students. With more than 100 certificated vacancies and even more classified vacancies as we move rapidly towards the start of the school year, SFUSD is continuing to fail its students and our communities by failing to pay those of us serving them. Help tickets go unanswered, and it is almost impossible to reach a human being who takes the time to help us. SFUSD cannot hope to attract and retain amazing educators when they fail to pay us what we are worth, and then fail to pay us correctly or at all on top of that. I'm entering my 6th year with SFUSD, and I want to stay here, but if this disrespect continues, I will be forced to follow those of my colleagues who have already left so that I can survive.
Hello, good evening, Board of Ed. My name is Philip von Furstenberg. I work at Sheridan Elementary School. Dear leadership and Board of Ed, class is in session. Please pull out your phones and go to your banking apps and look at the section under credits. Did you get paid this month? Is any of your paycheck missing? I want you to imagine what would happen if half of your paycheck wasn't deposited. Would your rent be late? Credit card get slapped with a 27% finance charge? Would you fall behind on PGA and have enough gas to cook? Now imagine if all of your paycheck wasn't deposited. Would you have to move to a shelter? Would your car get repoed? Would you move back in with your extended family? Hundreds of our educators aren't getting paid. I implore you to fully staff the payroll department and fix some power so everyone gets paid in full. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erin Masisa Bolik. This is my 18th year. I'm from San Francisco. I'm a parent of a graduate. I'm here to speak quickly on my own experience again. I had to pay a $6,000 tax fee. Half of my sick days were cut in half, which I have a grievance that has not been finished. I also do not have my life insurance. It's been deducted from my paycheck, but it's not being deposited into my account. So I'm asking, where is the money? And I know I'm not alone in this. So we need you to fix this problem. The payroll, we need to have a fully staffed payroll that is available for us when we call in and not wait for a ticket to be answered. We need our educators to be paid, especially our summer school teachers, and we need our early ed educators also to be respected and paid. We need also our 403B and our health benefits issues fixed. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Natalie Friese. I'm the Vice President of Substitutes with United Educators of San Francisco. I'm a 15-year classroom teacher and teacher librarian and the parent of 2 public school students in middle school and elementary school. This is the leadership of San Francisco Unified School District, and we need to see that you're stepping up to do a number of things so that we can ensure that our students have the schools they deserve. You'll see the back of our new t-shirt says that we are fighting for the schools our students deserve. And the first step in ensuring that is to immediately fix Empower. We've put out a plan to do that, and we expect it to be followed so that no person has to come back in September and share the stories that educators just shared with all of us today. But that is only a first step. There are $15 million on ongoing funds and $70 million of one-time funds that need to be used creatively to address the very real problems we're facing for educators. And I want to speak quickly to subs. We need to be creative about how our substitutes are placed at sites, how they're respected and properly compensated.
Great. Next 5 speakers. Kristen from Lowell. Terrence Amsler. Rafael Picasso. Aaron Hanlon Young. And Jackson Whittington.
Hello, I'm a teacher from Lowell High School. I've been teaching in this district for over 27 years, and I've had the opportunity in the past to leave this district, but I'm very committed to leaving and staying here and working with this district and working with the community in which I live. However, under Empower in this past year has been incredibly challenging for many of the teachers that I work with. A few teachers that have gone out on maternity leave have not been paid. So imagine the stress of having a new child and not being able to actually pay for that child. We have our T10 security guards who are not paid for the extra work that they do, and they're responsible for keeping us safe on campus. And then we have also our special ed department that is incredibly understaffed, making it very challenging for those teachers that are there and making it very dangerous for those kids that are not getting the special help that they need.
Hello, my name is Terrence Amsler. I've been teaching in the district for 15 years at June Jordan School for Equity. And I want to echo the passion and experience of my fellow educators. And I also want to add that I've also been a youth baseball coach. In several games, we only had 8 players. And when we only have 8 players, no matter how much heart we bring to the game, no matter how hard we work, we are not going to be as good as when we had 9 players. My team, as they know, we were not a made-for-Hollywood movie. Our schools aren't either. We need a school board and leadership that can take care of our payroll issues, that can give us a living wage, that can keep our schools fully funded in all their positions. Thank you.
I'm a little short. Hi, my name is Rafael Picasso. I am SEIU 1021 School District Chapter President. Today, you're going to hear from a lot of our members, frontline members with true stories about what they're suffering because they're not getting paychecks or not getting paid properly. We're CFR, people want to retire. The district is 6 to 8 months behind in contributing to our retirement account, so our members are losing interest there. Our 403Bs, that money's being taken out of our paychecks, but they're not being given to the institutions that we ask that they be given to, so we're losing interest there. We have hardship. People are not being able to pay their rents. People are not able to pay their bills. This is ridiculous. Empower was a loser from the beginning, and it's a loser now. Why are we still trying to work on a program that is not working for this district? Obviously, when they released it in early January, major problems that cost the district probably more money than what the program cost the district. Let's get rid of Empower. Let's bring back the old system. It wasn't broke. It shouldn't have been fixed. Thank you.
Good evening, all. I'm an SFUSD graduate and a 6-year teacher at MLK Middle School. Today I was informed that at MLK we are 7 staff short as we head into the next school year, next week. This is in addition to several positions that were consolidated due to the budget cuts, which increased our class size to 32 or 34 students. At MLK, we serve the highest percentage of unduplicated students in the district. That students that are low income, have IEPs, English language learners, and the vast majority of our students are students of color. In this context, being overcrowded and short-staffed is a serious equity issue. How can we improve student outcomes in overcrowded classrooms with overworked and underpaid teachers or no teachers at all? If you pay teachers a living wage on time, consistently, we can focus on our students rather than how we'll pay our rent and buy groceries. If you keep class sizes low and fully staff our schools, we can focus on education rather than management. Instead of blaming families and increasing teachers' workload, fix or eliminate Empower, raise our pay to truly match the cost of living and inflation, and fully staff our schools so we can focus on teaching and learning.
Superintendent, Commissioners, my name is Erin Hanlon Young, and I am a history teacher at Lowell High School. Would you go to work if your employer neglected to pay you for 1 month? How about 2? How about 7? If the 7th month you were told you owe your employer money, then why are you asking us to return on Wednesday? Some of us are not being paid. Some of our teachers on maternity leave have lost their health insurance. What do we need to do to get paid? Go on strike? Light ourselves on fire? Pay us now! We have lost teachers because you failed to pay us. We cannot hire new teachers because you were failing to pay us. If you want to put students first, you put the teachers first. I want to put forward a motion that all central office administrators' pay be suspended until Empower is invested and all teachers and parents get paid.
Next 5 speakers: Alex Schmaus, Tiana Tillery, Jean Ishibashi, Amber Ulrich, and Michael Essien. Good.
My name is Alex Schmaus. I'm a special education instructional aide at Francisco Middle School. I've been working in the district since 2015. Even when the lowest paid educators in this district are paid appropriately and on time, it's not dignified. Many of us spend, I know myself, I spend more than half my income from working in this school district on rent every month. When my lease is up every year, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to continue to live and work in the city that I love. So even when we're getting paid correctly, it's not dignified, it's not right. And what I want to say to all of the educators here, all of the educators and families and parents and students listening, is that I don't think that these people are going to pay us a dignified wage appropriately and timely without a fight. They're not going to listen. It's not about persuading them. It's not about making the right argument. It's about a social movement that this district has not seen in decades. That's what we need. And I say to you people, prove me wrong.
Good evening. My name is Sienna Tillery, and I am a paraeducator, 20 years here at SFUSD. I'm also the Sergeant at Arms with UESF. I wanted to talk to, like everyone else, about the frustration of our members that have been experiencing around Empower. From not being paid hours worked in OST to disenrollment and health insurance benefits to being told our parents do not qualify for the agreed upon TA retention stipends. The paraeducators are the most disenfranchised members of SFUSD, yet are some of the most loyal, hardworking group of people that you'll ever meet. Troubles with Empower have resulted in delays in health services, food insecurity, and threats of eviction. We followed the process of submitting help tickets, and many of us are in the dark as we're still waiting for the initial responses. I'm one of them. We ask that we are given the respect that we deserve and ensure that we get what we are owed on time and or with a timely response with help tickets. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jean Ishibashi, and I am a teacher at the City College of San Francisco. I didn't realize that I would be amongst these very, very honorable, committed individuals here who are taking care of our children and the students and the communities here in San Francisco. What I want to say is that the colleagues at City College, I have colleagues who have tenure and are sleeping in their car because they can't afford the rent here. And so we are definite solidarity with all of you around this issue of equity. And I'm here to promote our diversity and social justice classes that actually make that a priority, that one of them is a question of how do we respect our students in the middle of all the other struggles where we aren't being respected. So we're offering these diversity and social justice classes that you might be interested in. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amber Ulrich. I teach 7th grade science at Martin Luther King Middle School. I'm going into my 5th year, and every single year something new goes wrong. We are currently shy 7 staff positions, 4 of which are homeroom teachers. And in some of the bigger schools in our district, that's not a catastrophic number. We have 14 homeroom teachers total. Let me contextualize this for you. We are missing half of our science department. We are missing half of our 8th grade, and we are missing a third of our 6th grade. That's not sustainable in any capacity. So I would like to ask the board to provide us with a list of contact information for the district employees that are going to be covering those positions so that I can have my prep this year, so that I can grade the work that I have to develop and assign and teach to my students. When I tell people that I teach in San Francisco, a lot of times they ask me why. Have a nice evening.
Greetings. My name is Michael Essien, UASF President. My comments tonight reflect the concern around the situation at ULOA. Site leaders are uniquely positioned. We're at the intersection of all beliefs and practices. And when conflict occurs, site leaders run towards the conflict and danger. It is our job to embrace them and develop strategies to mitigate them. Unlike others, we cannot sit back and wait. Decisions are made in real time. And when assessing our decisions, we must weigh impact versus intentions. We are seriously concerned about decisions made concerning one of our bargaining unit members. I sat back and listened to multiple board meetings in which the phrase, "she used the N-word," was used, minus the context. As an anti-racist district, context matters. It always matters in incidents involving race. When we ignore context, it creates more conflict and division. The treatment of our bargaining unit member raises serious questions for our future responses to racial conflicts at school sites. UASF seeks to increase our partnership with the professional development of our members. Many of our members have as much experience, and many of us have more experience than the people who supervise us. In the future, we seek and expect to play a larger role in helping SFUSD to train, support, heal, and become a better anti-racist school district. And in conclusion, I stand in support with all the unions of SFUSD around fixing the power situation. Thank you for your hard work, board and superintendent.
Thank you. Next 5 speakers, Rex Ridgway, Maya Keshavan, Supriya Ray, Shelley Weiner, and Christian Benitez. Go ahead, Rex.
Good evening. My name is Rex Ridgway. I'm addressing the commissioners, but I'm also addressing everyone here. Raise your hand if you work at a school site. Raise your hand if you're a parent of a child at a school site. There's $10 million of bond money that has been set aside for school security. Where my granddaughter goes to school, all 89 cameras, none of them work. 95 Columbine locks still need to be installed. When you guys go back to your school sites, you check to see if your PA systems are working, check to see you have Columbine locks, and check to see if you have security cameras, okay? All we need is one Texas situation, and it's over. The money is there. I sent a letter on behalf of our school, I won't name the school, to the facilities department, and I am still waiting, well, not me, because I asked them to get back to the principal. I checked with the principal, nothing back from the facilities department. Let's don't play with this. The money is there. We should have security in every school site in the 120 schools. This is serious. The money's there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maya Keshavan. My children are district alumni, so I'm commenting as a concerned community member. The compression class, math class is categorized as Algebra 2 by UC A to G. The district needs to categorize this class properly. It is neither pre-calculus or advanced math, and this matters when filling out college applications and college prep for higher level math. The district should let students know what content is missing so they can independently learn the topics. Asawa Soda only offers a compression class. So that's the example of a student who takes this and may decide to stop or take statistics, but then college changes their mind, decides to check out a calculus class. They'll think they had pre-calculus, but they haven't. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Supriya Ray, and I'm here to follow up on the progress of outdoor learning bond fund applications, or rather, as far as I can tell, the lack thereof. Many schools, 60-some as I understand, submitted applications back in June after a very short deadline and a time frame that was not very conducive to getting the applications to begin with. They were told that they would be hearing back as to whether their applications were accepted for outdoor funding by the end of June. To my knowledge, that information has not been made available to any of the principals. I checked, for instance, with the principal of Jefferson Elementary, where my daughter is at school, just the other day, and he told me that he has checked repeatedly and has affirmatively checked repeatedly and has not been told whether Jefferson's application was accepted or even given a timetable. I myself have contacted facilities and asked what is going on and asked for a timetable and was previously told that there is no timetable now. I hope to hear something more precise and that the district will get on this. It's already been long delayed. And as Rex said regarding school security locks, the money is there. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and superintendent. I am Shelley Weiner. I am the secretary for the SFUSD chapter of SEIU. And I'm here to just mention to you that I love my job as the secretary of Alamo Elementary School. However, in my supporting position with SEIU, I am inundated day and night with phone calls, emails, text messages from a wide variety of custodians and student nutrition workers and other clerks about all of the things that are not going well with Empower. I want to remind you again that SAP Success Factors is what the district bought, and that Empower SF is an add-on that's inadequate. In addition, it's 3 years now that I'm waiting for a list of who my union represents, and the IT department is unable to give me that list. I cannot call people back. I cannot answer if they are members or not. I have no way to speak with them. Thank you for addressing this.
Hello, good evening. My name is Christian Benitez. I'm a custodial supervisor here at San Francisco Unified School District, and I'm also the chief shop steward for SEIU 1021. And as one of my colleagues said, I'm one of those persons that Empower has affected, right? My Empower to this date, this time right now, it doesn't work. It works sporadically when it needs to, when it wants to, better yet said. A big effect that's happened to me was I went out on leave, catastrophic leave, things that happened to me. I was paying out my AFLAC, right? That wasn't paid for. It wasn't paid for by the district, but it was taken out of my check, right? So what happened to me? My insurance got canceled while I was healing. When I tried to contact, I did everything due diligently before having my surgeries, before having all these things happen to me. They told me that it was my fault because I didn't turn it in, I didn't do it on time. And this was before Empower went live, right? To this date, you know, I haven't been made whole, not just myself, but a lot of my other colleagues as well.
Next 5 speakers. Jessica McPeters. Michael, I don't know, Michael, I can't read the last name, Michael from SEIU 1021. All right. Suzanne Taviansky, Lorraine Bowser, and Carolyn Karlovic.
Hello, my name is Jessica McPeters. I'm a custodian for the San Francisco Unified School District and also a member of the local 1021. I am standing before you appalled because when I started working this job, you know, everybody's like, oh, it's a district job or a city job, it's great. But the outcome of what it has become is just appalling. Like, I went out on a leave. I did everything properly to take that leave for my son. The Empower system somehow wiped out the dates of my leave. I was not paid after I was donated hours from a supervisor, and I was told that everything was my fault. It's just overwhelming to be a great worker and to be somebody who tries to be the best they can be for the department that you work in. And it's like a kick in the face to just get not treated, not answered, just like they said, putting in numerous tickets and they being unanswered.
SEIU, are you all hurting right now? UESF, are you all in pain? Do you all feel like you're being treated like garbage? Is that fair after how hard you work to keep these schools running to educate our kids? I got nothing else to say because you heard it from your essential workers. But I will say this, for every person that's in this crowd, there's 10 other people that couldn't even make it today. So I'll ask all of you, are we going to organize in solidarity and do whatever it takes to get what we deserve? Yes. Thank you.
My name is Suzanne Taviansky. I'm a health worker and I'm also with SEIU. I've been with the district for a while, and in addition to working full-time for SFUSD, I have to take 2 additional part-time jobs just to pay my basic bills. And you know, I sit here and I hear about all these problems with Empower, but I don't hear that people that are making 6 digits and up are having these very same issues. And the problem is that SFUSD needs to show that they care about the working class population that works for the district. It is unacceptable to me when there is so much money that people can't pay their basic bills. They can't even afford the gas to actually get here, to actually work, and that is an additional sacrifice. So I say to you, when are you going to make some changes to show that you care about the working class that work in the district?
Hello, my name is Lorraine Bowser. I work in student nutrition department. I've been with the district for 31 years. And this is the first time that I've had an experience where my FLAC insurance that I've been having since 1992, that the district wasn't paying into it. I actually had to pay out of my pocket because they sent me letters of cancellation. So this is something that the district really needs to look into. I mean, this Empower thing was just a big joke. I'm not sure which one, but you know, just to let you guys know, we need help out here. We have so many members that's not receiving their paychecks. They're receiving half of their paychecks, not enough for their health care insurance. All of those things is being jacked up at this point. So I'm just here today just to express to the district that we honestly need your help to move a lot of things that we need to move forward. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carolyn Karlovic. I'm a teacher at George Washington High School, and last year was my 10th year as an educator. Like most of us here, I came to teaching out of a sense of duty, and something that I've realized in the last 10 years is that districts will exploit that sense of duty, asking teachers to do less and less, or do more and more with less and less. Teachers are not martyrs, and we're done with that expectation. I don't need to tell you how many teachers left our district. I don't need to tell you what the inflation rate is, but apparently I have to come out here and tell you on one of my last nights of summer vacation that we need a cost of living adjustment, and we need it now. I want to be a teacher for life, but how and why would I when I, as a single person, can't qualify to rent an apartment by myself in the city that I serve? It's unacceptable. So Dr. Wayne and board members, give us the 6% COLA. And Dr. Wayne, welcome. I hope that you understand that the laughter that you hear tonight is really laughter of pain. I hope you'll make it your legacy to fix that.
Next 5 speakers, Reverend Arnold Townsend, Virginia Marshall, Gloria Machowski, Gregory Leung, Zhu Yan Lu Karina, and Johnson, I can't read the last name from SEIU. Johnson?
Thank you, members. My name is Arnold Townsend, Reverend Arnold Townsend. I am the Vice President, NAACP. Only rise to renew our call for Commissioner Sue's resignation. You know, it seems that every time we're dealing with black and brown students, we've always got to come and announce to you our belief that they are worthy of being educated. It is distressing that we still look at certain students and believe they're worthy of education, but we look at other type of students and deem they're only worthy of being controlled. When will we deem and decide that black and brown students are worthy of being educated, that they're worthy of you all believing that they deserve to be educated in this system that really we thought was set up for them, but we're now finding out that they're not in the education equation, but they're, you know, they go from being controlled in your system, and because they don't get educated, then they're worthy of being controlled by the criminal justice system.
Thank you.
Thank you. Am I through? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Reverend Townsend. I join our Vice President, Virginia Marshall, in calling for the resignation of Commissioner Sue. I thought you had some pride in yourself, in your community, in your students, but you have chosen not to step down. So board, last week you admonished her. I hope you will do the next step and censor Commissioner Sue, because she started this meeting by telling us of a student who's going to be, he has some punishment for something he or she did. We don't want to know what it is, but he received punishment. So please have pride in yourself, have pride in SFUSD, and step down. This is a glorious time of year. It's a happy time of year, but we cannot have joy in opening school next Wednesday because you are the mark that should not be sitting there in that seat. You don't deserve it. And for my colleagues in UESF and SEIU, you have a support. We are so sorry. February until now that you have not been paid. Superintendent Wayne, please have your board committee educate our students. They don't deserve to have it out here.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall.
They do not deserve being here. Thank you so much.
Hold on. Can you hold on a second, please? Excuse me. There'll be no shouting out in here tonight. If we have to tell you to shout out, people are gonna be removed. So please, no shouting out. I'm gonna ask you nicely. Go ahead.
Good evening, board members. My name is Gloria Mazachewski. I've served in this district since 1997. We're in 9 months of crisis with the pay issue here, and I just came to say I'm crying as I listen to the stories about people delivering their children and having their health care taken away from them. Reorganize Central, do something. I hear there's 21 unfilled positions in payroll. It needs to happen now. It is really an atrocious abuse of our employees and people that depend on their pay to not be able to afford to live here anymore. I second the censure. I've served these families, and I know that people care about their children and love them and encourage their education, and I know that. And I've seen that in 25 years in my term here. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
President, Superintendent, Commissioners, and student delegates. My name is Gregory Leon. I'm a San Francisco voter, and I'm here to support the commissioners and the new superintendents. They are doing a fine job, and we should support their efforts. And regarding the new commissioners, and she's a fair person, she's diligent, she will use due process for her work. She will pay attention to the needs of the educators, the workers, and the union, the students and their parents, and she will interact with them to find out their needs and to meet their needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Johnson Xu. I come from the SFUSD custodian. My question is, I work in almost 1 year. I didn't get a benefit, no insurance. Yeah, this is important for everybody, for the people. I think the San Francisco, the town have the insurance, but the people is no. I think it's a not good idea for the human right, and not equal for the people, for the employee. And the second question is, the custodian, the unified school, the custodian is the salary is very low. It's not different for the custodian in the city employee. This is not equal for the custodian. I think the school, the department is equal the department. I think this is not good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karina. I need a translation.
Okay. Tell her we have translation that will translate for her after she speaks. Okay.
Okay. Yes, I am working in the school. It's almost a year. I didn't get any benefit. Yeah, and then because we work hard in the school, for the student, people the school is Korean.
你講中文有人同你翻譯㗎啦。
OK，因為我哋個響order 清潔工人響school 咧係好辛苦，同埋 keep 個 school 好乾淨。但係個 benefit 我哋一直都攞唔到，同埋咧點解我哋嘅工資同 order city 唔一樣咧？我哋喺學校做個工比其他部門仲要辛苦。Yeah.
Okay, translation, can you go ahead?
We work very hard to keep our school clean, and I think our job should be respected, and but we don't get the money or to get a salary on time, so this is not unfair to us, to all of us. Thank you.
Yes. You.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So last group here, it's a little bit larger. So Jingmei Chen, Darcy Chan Blackburn, Shuiling Tang, again, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing, Iris Weiss, Tara Jessa, and I'll save the last three for later. So this group can go down.
大家好，我係星美 Chan， 我講中文。我係一個 custodian， 我而家係一個 custodian as lead 嚟嘅。我而家已經做超咗差唔多1年嘅時間，係仲係未有 benefit 啦，同埋所有嘅 benefit 啦、假期嗰啲全部都冇嘅。我而家就係想問下，點解我哋去其他公司做3個月都有 benefit， 反而喺 city 嘅工？ 竟然做夠差唔多1年都冇 benefit， 呢個就係對於我哋係好唔方便。我哋要睇牙醫，我哋要睇醫生，我哋要需要做好多嘢，但係乜都冇。我哋試過call 人事部話有人會 call 翻你，但係一直都冇人再 call 翻俾我哋。我哋試過去聯絡係退休部門，佢哋話。 因為人事部冇 send 嘢俾我哋，所以我哋係冇做到任何嘢。所以我哋希望我哋嘅人事部咧可以幫我哋申請，睇下點樣幫我哋可以等我哋攞翻我哋嘅 benefit。同埋我唔需要你俾多啲嘢我，但我需要我做得到我應得嘅嘢。唔該晒。
Let's take a translation.
Hi, I'm a custodian, and I have been with the district for almost 1 year. But I still haven't get any benefit from the district. I have tried to contact the human resources about my benefit, but they said they would call me back, but that never happened. So I really hope that the district can look into what's going on. And I do need your help and support to get me the benefit I deserve. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Darcy Chan Blackburn. I teach at Sheridan Elementary School. We're here at another school year, and you need to fix this payroll issue. You need to show us, our students, the communities, that you care about us and that you can start the year right. Show us that we are valued and that we can trust this district to pay us for our work. We love and care for our students and communities, but we can't stay to do that if we aren't paid. To recognize the value of our work, you need to give us the full COLA that was given to you by the governor. If we are to continue to live in the Bay Area, we need to be paid adequately. To draw more educators to fill all of the positions, everyone must see that you value educators, you pay them when it's due, and you pay them what they need in order to continue living here. So the state of California has made it clear with their COLA that they prioritize students and educators. We need SFUSD to do the same.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Iris Weiss. I'm a special ed teacher at Balboa High School and also a parent of 2 students at West Portal. It's all been said, but I'll say it one more time. pay everybody in the district on time and correctly. Now it's all been said already. I agree, and I've been crying all night listening to everybody. So I have another issue to talk about as well. I'm an access teacher, which means I work with students 18 to 22. There's about 20 teachers in the district with my job, and about at least 70 paras that work in our program. The teachers and paras are out in the community every day with our students. Sometimes we are alone in the community with up to 4 students. However, CPR is not something that we are trained in. The only time I have ever gotten the CPR training is when I needed it to get my teacher credential. I've been a teacher for 18 years, 15 in this district, and why aren't we giving this training annually? When I've been asked, I've been told that it needs to be requested at a site level, but it hasn't happened.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I need to write my name clearer for you next time, Jeff. I'm so sorry. My name's Tara Sessa, and I'm new to the TSA department for special education after working in SFUSD since about 2009. I decided not to teach ESY this year because I did not believe I was going to get paid, and I was right, listening to the stories tonight. And I've taught ESY basically since 2010, I think, or 2011, except for the year I had him. Let's see here. My last paycheck was about a third short, but apparently that is what my pay was supposed to be, so I cannot afford back to school supplies for my children. Let's see what else. As a new TSA, I was very excited about my new role, but now I'm finding out that I'm going to be filling in for a vacancy. So please, really, you need to give us all a cost of living rates because we need the spots filled. I believe there's over 100, and we really need those filled. And a cost of living would really help with that. Thank you.
Okay, next group of speakers, Tori Lanterman, Julie Roberts-Fung, and Frank Lara. Lara.
Good evening. My name is Tori Lanterman. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Longfellow Elementary. I'm here tonight because enough is enough. We should not still be out here talking about Empower. Empower is quite possibly the—
haven't been paid, right? I just want you to know, as a board, you cannot lose sight. Twitter, things that happen on Twitter and the things that you're getting on your press releases and your emails isn't representative of 6,000 members who are this close. The ones who are left are speaking to the communities and are saying this is enough. And we are going to move our families. And we're going to finally move our families. Instead of that division that happened during the pandemic, we're going to say, we know what we need, and come join us for a vision for the schools that our students and families deserve. And also, we're in solidarity with EAD and the community that's here for that today, solidarity with SEIU.
Hi, my name is Julie Roberts-Fung. I'm a parent of an elementary and middle school student. Welcome, Dr. Wayne. The last few years have been some of the most difficult for our students, parents, and educators and the whole district. Like so many dedicated advocates and educators, I took the summer to recharge, and it's really troubling to see what happened and didn't happen over the summer. What happened? Efforts to thin out the democratic process at the board, limit meetings and public comment, there's no childcare tonight, overlooking years of deep, diverse parent leadership instead of prioritizing consultants' reports, explicit anti-Black racism without consequences, and efforts to resegregate Lowell. I thought I was reading news from Texas or Boston, not a city like San Francisco or a district that talks about racial justice. And what didn't happen? The most basic functions of a district or employer are over 9 months old. Pay educators, fix healthcare, establish a decent COLA so folks can afford to live in this city, so our staff can do their best work. Any organization knows you have to take care of the people who take care of people or students, or they have nothing more to give.
But, President Lamb, that concludes in-person public comment.
Okay, this time we will open up to virtual comment.
At this time, we will hear public comment on non-agenda items. Please raise your hand if you care to speak. Each speaker will have 1 minute to speak. President Lam, for a total of how many minutes?
12?
Okay, we will take up to 12 minutes.
We will have a total of 12 minutes each. We will have a total of 12 minutes to speak. Each speaker will have 1 minute. Please raise your hand if you care to speak. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
咁如果大家想喺呢一個嘅喺我哋嘅視像會議裏面發言嘅，每一位人士有12分鐘嘅時間發言啦。如果大家想發言，為有1分鐘，咁樣可以舉手就發言。多謝大家。Spanish, please.
Buenas tardes. Esta es la oportunidad para hacer comentarios públicos sobre asuntos que no están en la agenda. Usted tendrá 1 minuto para dirigirse a la Junta de Educación. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Tina Davis. Tina Davis, go ahead, please. Latoya Pitcher.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Latoya.
No, I'm Latoya. I think that was Tina. Can you hear me? Okay. Well, I just wanted to speak in terms of, I'm a custodian with the district as well. And I just wanted to say that this summer was the worst summer ever. And I just feel like the communication with the custodians this year was the worst, because we ended up being responsible to clean up our own schools, which is what it is. But unfortunately, there was the communication we didn't get until the last minute. And then there was another issue with our floating holidays. People lost a lot of time and money this year. They were being denied of their vacation time, and people take their vacation this time every year because this is what they do. And they were being denied because we didn't know the changes that were being made. My thing is that the communication needs to be much better, even with the empowerment. When we came back to work, the beginning of the winter, we ended up with a new system we knew nothing about, and people didn't get paid. It was terrible. So this was the worst. So I'm just saying that, not just for myself, but for everyone, we need to work on some stuff. We need to work on some stuff. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Latoya Pitcher. I'm a parent of 3 SFUSD school students. I'm also a community leader. And I just want to bring up a few things. Number one, I stand in full support with UESF and the SEIU workers. This payroll crisis is a disaster. And I think the folks at the top of it need to be held accountable in the form of they don't receive a check until everybody receives a check. Number two, Commissioner Sanchez said he would be putting forth a resolution for a vote of no confidence, and I did not see that in today's agenda, so I look forward to seeing it in the very next board meeting. Number three, I appreciate you using the Zoom again for comments now, because some folks who cannot attend due to disabilities and et cetera are blocked from being able to exercise their First Amendment rights. And also last week when I attended in person, I was followed home by people who disagree with me and threaten the safety and welfare of me and my children. So please keep the Zoom line open. Also, also in regards to what's going on with the schools, I do see that equity is being erased from every.
Thank you, Tina. I'm sorry, thank you, Latoya. Jennifer? Jennifer?
I did not raise my hand.
Okay, thank you. Mia?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Mia Shea and I'm a senior in high school. So I know that women's rights have come a long way, but in the professional arena, female identifying people still face tremendous challenges. I saw this when 2 years ago, I was up for 2 internships and faced discrimination due to my gender. Both roles went to boys and I thought about stopping my pursuit of opportunities. I didn't like that feeling, so I used this experience as an inspiration to co-found the women's group at my school and find tangible ways to help other female identifying teens like me. I interviewed 25 female professionals and asked them to share their wisdom about breaking into fields and succeeding as a woman. I learned amazing things and wrote an article with my findings. I would like to ask the help of this board to spread my content to San Franciscan teen girls. Please help me help the girls of San Francisco. I'm happy to serve as a liaison to support the board for any teen girl related issues or to meet further with the board and any of its members to answer any questions. If you'd like to reach out, my email is miashay@gmail.com. Thank you for your time, and I know that this is not a priority for the board right now.
Thank you. Rianda?
Good evening, Board Commissioners, Superintendent Matthews, welcome. I'm calling in tonight as a Black mother of 2 alumni and 1 current senior. I am reaching out to employ the board to remain consistent. Admonishing Commissioner Sue was a very nice public response. However, her words were not nice. They were harmful and continue to perpetuate harmful stereotypes. I implore the board to remain consistent, censor Ann Sue, and put forth the resolution for a vote of no confidence. The Black and Brown community deserve to know that we matter. Also, please pay the educators and employees. We can't expect a high quality education when educators aren't being paid.
Thank you. Sarita or Sarita?
Hello, my name is Sarita Lavin, and I'm a teacher at George Washington High School. I'm calling today to urge the board to make the district employees whole, including fixing outstanding stipends, interest, and bank fees, non-payment of summer work, errors to 403Bs, and health benefits, among other issues. All of this is also happening amidst inflation of 9%. We need a living wage. It's unacceptable that educators are looking at potentially no raise or a raise of 6% in an environment where it's recommended to be 15% or more. And the teaching crisis will not end until we are respected as all other professions at our level of education and experience with accurate and timely pay. Also, you need to recognize Aid and censor Ann Sue for her racism. As a Latina teacher who has dealt with that exact stereotype throughout my entire life and seen it negatively impact members of my family and community, it's absolutely unacceptable for you not to censor her. And it would make me very ashamed to work in a district that would not take those measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Amelia?
Hey there. I continue to be absolutely baffled at the various ways our errors continue to harm our school staff, as well as the amount of staff who don't have access to health insurance in various public health emergencies. I really can't believe that y'all expect anyone to start the school year next week when you've disrespected them and their coworkers for the entirety of this past calendar year. I know the union has asked for a 6.5% COLA increase, but y'all will continue to struggle to recruit people with teaching degrees like me without at least a 9% COLA to match inflation or 15% to match neighboring districts. And don't forget to actually pay it. Lastly, Sue should not be on this board for reasons people have said, and Aid needs to be on the calendars. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles, I will need to promote you to panelist in order to speak. So your camera will show. I'm going to go ahead and promote you now to panelist. And again, we will be able to see you. Charles, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Please give all the school staff the COLA. We deserve it because we stayed. And we're all beyond frustrated with Empower. But, be careful with the way you spend. The deficit spending is tiresome, and we're over it. With an impending recession and declining enrollment, this new superintendent and board are going to have to be very fiscally savvy to avoid a takeover. And so I ask you to take these 3 questions for the long-term fiscal solvency into consideration. How do we close schools equitably? How do we use those properties for money to offset declining enrollment? And how will they, address the unfunded pension liability? And lastly, the ANSU admonishment reveals that there is severe racial problems within the district. I call on the leaders to step in, reach out to both sides, and implement restorative practices so we can bring this community back together.
Thank you. Lee?
Hi, this is Leilani. I just want to say as a parent and as a San Franciscan that a admonishment does not teach somebody not to be a racist and not to say racist things. So to me, it's an embarrassment that she won't resign, that she thinks she can sit there and look at us and look down on us and tell us a false lie that she does not believe what she says. Also, I just want to state, to hear all these teachers, paras, custodians, what did you all do all summer about fixing Empower? What did you do? School starts next week. Oh, I know, you spent most of the time talking to Ann about not being a racist. You see how that works out? It's distracting. It's distracting. And it's embarrassing. You all, this really, you want these positions, but then you don't want to be accountable.
Yes. Thank you. Joya?
Hello. I wish to talk about the board funds that were approved by BOE committee for critical safety measures at our schools. I am requesting immediate implementation of interior locks, aka Columbine locks, and a functioning PA system at all our SFUSD public schools. We should not have any schools with a non-functioning PA system and only exterior door locks. Please provide a full list of schools which need PAs fixed and interior locks installed with an implementation schedule so the community is aware of the existing risks at their schools. I have requested updates previously and have yet to see a completion plan from Ms. Kamala Nathan. In light of continued mental health crisis and security incidents at SFUSD and the nation, it is critical we implement safety features for our teachers and students urgently. The bond funds have been allocated for a long time, and yet we do not have a plan for when we can make our schools safer. We should have used the summer to finish all this work so our schools would have been safer for when the students return in fall. I do not think we're ready at this.
Thank you. QM? QM? Jan? Jin?
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, my name is Jan Jin. I work for the SFUSD IT department, and I'm also the shop steward for Local 21, which is the union of both like technical people and others, and we would just like to express solidarity with UE, UA, UESF, 1021. We're very troubled about hearing these problems with Empower, and we also would like for you guys to get your cost of living, you know, even though with this Empower system, who knows if you're going to get it, but yeah, so I'm just saying as the union steward for Local 21, we stand in total solidarity with all the other unions that are in this room tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Chopsky?
Hi, thank you. Greg Chopsky. I'd like to follow up on a couple of points that were made about site security. In February 2020, the Bayview School, which was part of the 2016 bond, was shunted aside, and Ms. Kamalanathan posited that the money should be used instead for site security. And I'm appalled to hear, and I'm listening to the comments tonight, I'm appalled to hear that we still have PA problems. We still have Columbine lock problems. We still have security problems. Where did that money go to? This is a fundamental thing. Safety is an important thing. And if we're going to destroy a Bayview Elementary School in the name of security, I would like to think that security actually happened, and apparently hasn't. So I urge this board to look into that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. President Lamb, that does conclude the amount of time allotted for virtual public comment.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. And we will now go into public comment for SFUSD students. We will hear from SFUSD students who wish to speak on any matter. We'll have up to 15 minutes of the public comment set aside for students. So go ahead.
I'm wondering if the youth from the Eid resolution would care to speak now or later during the item.
Can students speak now?
They can.
Let's have them.
Great. All right, I'll call names. Everybody can come up, but I'll just hopefully I don't forgive me if I mispronounce. Mohammed Khalid, Sally, Hamza and Group Youth, Mohammed Asadi, Sadiq, Jamal Ahmed. All right, 1 minute each.
And this is for students only, please, SFUSD students.
Hi, my name is Muhammad, and I am a student at SFI International High School, and I support making Eid an office school holiday because I want to spend time with my family, and I want to take the day off and spend time with my family. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Sadiq, and I'm a student at Francisco Middle School, and I support make Eid an officer school holiday because I want to celebrate our Eid. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jamal, and I'm from Yemen. I'm 12th grade, and I support Eid because I want to celebrate Eid with my family and with my friends, and everyone at my school should celebrate Eid. I don't want to be marked absent for school or miss on my schoolwork, and I don't want to be and that's gonna affect my grades, and I want to go to Stanford University.
My name is Sally, and I am a member of K-12, and I support making Eid should be an official school holiday. Give me a second. I remember last year in the 8th grade, I was talking with all my friends, and one of my friends brought up how they were so excited for winter break and how they were excited to celebrate Christmas. That night, it made me wonder, what if Eid was a holiday? What if I can tell my friends that I'm excited for Eid break? I think that children that celebrate Eid deserve deserve to feel the happiness and excitement that other students feel on their holiday break.
Hi, my name is Mohammed Khalid, and school is more important because it's learning time. It makes you learn, and Eid is more important because you gotta celebrate your Eid, and Eid, you gotta fast for 30 days. And Eid is most important because you fast in 30 days and you can't eat. And Eid is more important. Thank you. My name is Sam, and I go to Bessie Carmichael Middle School. We should have Eid because we fast for 30 days. We should celebrate for it.
Hi, my name is Hamza, and I'm a student at Gateway Middle School. I'm over here to support making Eid a holiday. Muslim students, staff, and families have said time and time again that they shouldn't have to be forced to choose between the community, health, education, and employment. Recognizing Eid would bring more racial equity to our district. Thank you.
My name is Ziad, and I go to Gateway Middle School, and I think Arabs/Muslims should have a holiday like everybody else.
Hi, my name is Ahmed. I'm a student at Gateway Middle School. I'm a Muslim, and I need you to acknowledge my holiday Eid so I can spend more time with friends and family and also celebrate my religion. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Hamza, and I'm a student at John O'Connor High School, and I support making Eid an official school holiday so I can celebrate with my family and friends.
Hello, my name is Damaj. I go to O'Connor, and we are going to be talking about Eid, the Islamic holiday. We deserve the right to celebrate our religion and the 30-day fast that we fast.
Hi, my name is Ahmed, and I'm a student at OC High School, and I'm supporting Eid. This resolution is a simple step to support Muslim families and move SFUSD closer to its social justice mission.
Hi, my name is Sohaib, and why I think Eid should be a holiday is because students get one extra day of Islamic people to learn and study and hard work in school, while us are outside hanging out with their family for Eid. So that's why I think Eid should be a holiday.
That concludes student time for public comment.
At this time, we will hear public comment from students. If you are a student and care to share your public comment, please raise your hand. Again, this is a time for students to speak. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
而家呢係一個俾學生發言嘅公眾發言時間。若果你係學生想發言的話咧，而家可以舉手啦，唔該。Spanish, please
Buenas
go ahead.
tardes. Buenas tardes. Ahora vamos a dedicar tiempo para los estudiantes que quieran hacer sus comentarios públicos en forma virtual. Cada uno tendrá un minuto para dirigirse a la Junta de Educación. Gracias.
Thank you. Abdullah?
Hello, my name is Abdullah, and I got a ready, and I'd like to tell you that Eid should be a holiday because we don't want to make the decision of whether or not to miss the academic day or to go hang out with our families for the holiday. I think Eid should be a holiday at the school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Betty Robinson? Betty?
I'm not a student.
Oh, okay, sorry, Betty, this is a time for students?
Right, I didn't raise my hand for that.
Oh, okay, thank you. Lamia?
Hi, I'm Sarah Ushan. This is my mom's account. I just graduated from Wallenberg High School, and I was the one who created the petition for the Eid resolution. And I believe that Eid should be an official holiday because a lot of other holidays get to have a day off, such as like Christmas. And we're only asking for like a day off because we fast for 30 days, going to school, waking up early in the morning with like no food and water. And a lot of us have to like go to the attendance office the next day to fix our attendance. And it's been affecting our assignments, trying to catch up. So I really hope this resolution gets passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadia?
My name is Ethar. I'm a student from Gateway High School. I'm speaking from my mom's phone. I believe, just like everyone else, I believe that Eid should be made an official holiday in schools because this Eid isn't a holiday like to celebrate our 30 days of fasting. I should not be, I would like to be spending this holiday with my family. I do not want to be spending this holiday worrying about what assignments I will be missing, what tests I will be missing, and when I will have to make this up. I would like to have a good time with my family, not to worry about these other things. You don't see anyone else like, so everyone's so happy to celebrate Christmas. They're not worrying about all the assignments that they're missing. I want to feel the exact same way. I do not want to worry about my assignments when I'm supposed to be celebrating a holiday with my family. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes virtual public comment.
Thank you. Thank you to our students for providing public comment. We will now move into agenda item I, discussion of other educational issues. First, we have superintendent's introduction and 117-day entry plan. Dr. Wayne.
Thank you, Board President Lamb. Good evening again to the San Francisco Unified School District community. I believe we have a presentation. Well, yes. Yeah, so this is my first regularly scheduled board meeting, and I wanted to take a moment just to introduce myself and share what I'm doing as I begin my tenure here in SFUSD. And I'm thrilled to be back in SFUSD. I was here as an executive director from 2010 to 2012, supervising elementary schools. Before that, I was an elementary school principal and assistant principal and middle school language arts teacher. And then after that, I was assistant superintendent of educational services and superintendent in the Hayward Unified School District. And I'm very excited to be back in San Francisco district and community that shares my values of being student-centered and equity-focused. And while I'm familiar with the district, I'm coming in after having been away for 10 years and know there's a lot that's changed in San Francisco Unified and in education in general. And so I wanted to make sure that I take some time to, as I come in, to listen and learn and understand what the needs are in the district. So I'm here tonight just to share how I'll be spending that time in my 117-day entry plan. So if you go to the next slide. So why 117 days? Usually there's a 90-day entry plan or 100-day entry plan. But coming in, I am pleased to be joining a Board of Education that's committed to focusing on student outcomes. And I'm coming in with the priority to put students at the center of our work. And so the board has already committed to a process to update its vision, values, and goals by October 25th. And so I wanted to align my entry plan and listening and learning time to coincide with this process so that when we update our vision, values, and goals, which we'll be talking about later tonight, I can share also what I've learned and make sure we're organizing our resources to support our students and achieve the outcomes we hope for them. So what will I be doing during this time? So my priorities are, if you go to the next slide, to listen to understand. But I recognize as I'm coming in, there are also urgent issues that require my attention. And So I'm going to be doing both of those things during these next 117 days. And if you go to the next slide, it's, I want to acknowledge that, for me, I hear tonight and understand there are issues that need immediate attention. And the leader in me who wants to make sure that the needs of our staff and our educators and our students and families are being addressed is working to take action and wants to do as much as possible. But at the same time, I understand that in order to truly understand what needs to be done to help support our students and families and staff, I need to step back and listen to what we've been doing, what are the strengths and challenges. And that's what I plan to do during this time. So if you go to the next slide. And I am going to be meeting with community members and staff, or my goals are to meet with community members and staff and really listen to your experiences, hear your feedback, your input, and your questions, and understand what our district's strengths and needs are. And then I plan to share what I've learned with the Board of Education and the community. So I will share my report in November. And with that, and once we've adopted our updated vision, values, and goals, our strategy to achieve our goals for student outcomes, informed by the listening and learning that's occurred during this time. If you go to the next slide, and so I plan to be out and about in San Francisco, meeting and talking to as many people as possible. Most importantly, hearing from our students and getting their perspective on their experiences in San Francisco, also with teachers and staff and employees, and then coming in and wanting to meet community groups and talk with our city partners as well as philanthropists. And so focusing on, again, what our needs are around curriculum and instruction, relationships, and organizational capacity, as well as looking at our finances and hearing about our climate and culture and what we need to put in place for good governance. Besides listening and having these conversations, I want to make sure I'm spending time learning by being out in the community. So you should expect to see me in schools. It's where I love to be, seeing students in the classroom and staff in action. And understanding that, and having been in San Francisco before, our schools are unique and special, and they have their own unique needs, but there's also common district-wide needs, and understanding what are the common needs and how we're addressing those while still supporting the unique needs of each school site. And then I plan to host several town halls at schools and via webinar to speak to students, speak directly with students, families, and staff, and hold these in multiple languages as well. It's important if we're going to speak with our community to be able to speak, let families speak in their primary language. I am bilingual, and so we'll be able to lead it in Spanish, and then also want to make sure we're hearing from our Chinese community as well. And be welcome to all the different languages in San Francisco. So that's the listening and learning I'll be doing. If you go to the next slide, the start of the 117 plane day was actually on one more slide after that. It was on July 1st. And so I have already been out and talking with folks and getting a sense of where we are as a district. And so you see here some themes that have been emerging from my conversations. I want to share and highlight what's encouraging is people really care for our students and for this district. Everyone wants us to be successful. And so I want to use that and use that energy to help us ensure that we're working together as a community to achieve those goals and not feeling like we're working against each other. And so I can feel that commitment to student success, but also recognize that there have been harms from divisions in the district and our community. And in order to move forward, we're going to need to think through how we're addressing those and what will help bring people together. If you go to the next slide, so that's the listening, learning, and some of what I've heard already. What are the important issues that need to be addressed immediately? And at 3 priority areas. So first, in a week and a day, we welcome our students back to school and want to make sure we're doing everything we can to have a strong start to the school year. for all of our campuses. So looking at safety measures, you heard me talk about what we have in place to continue ongoing safety around COVID-19, working incredibly hard to staff our schools and making sure we're communicating clearly with the community. Secondly, I know we need to take immediate improvements to our Empower SF personnel and payroll system. I'm going to speak about that in a moment. And then work with the Board of Education to improve governance and establish goals for student outcomes. So that work has been happening. We had a full day workshop on Sunday around our, Sunday in July around our vision and values and goals, and then additional ad hoc committee meetings around how we're working as a governance team. Tonight, if you go to the next slide, tonight we got to hear and just the true pain and challenges that our transition to this new system has. The pain and challenges that our staff have felt through this, and I've been meeting daily about the Empower payroll system to understand what are the needs and how do we address them, and what can we do immediately, and what can we do, what do we need to do over time to make sure that this is a system that works for us. And I think one thing I'm coming to the district, I want to make sure that I'm that you can count on me to be clear and tell you, to speak frankly about what our challenges are and where we are. And this is an issue that needs to have been fixed yesterday and is still going to take time to address. But there are things we can do within, and we've already started doing within these 2 months to make sure that we are getting the staff in to support our teachers, or working to make sure that people are paid, and most importantly, working to make the system work better for us, so it's one that becomes an asset and is not something we're fighting against. And so we have identified actions for the next 2, 4, 6 months, but I want to be clear, that part's going to take time, but I want everyone who is here tonight and everybody listening to know that it's something that I will continue daily to be focused on, so that you all can continue to be daily focused on our students. So with that, if you go to the next slide. So just again, over the next, I think if 117 days started on July 1st, I probably have about 70 more 75 more to go. What you can expect are more meetings and town halls, continued communication on these urgent issues. I'll share back at the board on October 25th when we update our vision, values, and goals, what I've learned, and then provide that written report in November. And then, again, organizing ourselves around our goals, around the needs to both to realign our resources and make sure that we have a clear plan for how to move forward. So thank you for the opportunity to share what these first 117 days will look like for me. And again, I'm honored to be a part of this district and to be serving as your superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Wayne. I don't have any in-person public comment cards at this time for number 1. It was for number 2 on the updates of vision and goals. And so, Isha, let's open up for public comment, 1 minute each, up to no more than 5 minutes.
So at this time, we will hear public comment on the superintendent's introduction. Please raise your hand if you care to speak. We will have a total of 5 minutes, and each speaker will have 1 minute to speak. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
如果大家就住啱啱嗰個學監嘅報告咧，有公眾想希望公眾發言的話咧，咁而家可以發表啦。咁我哋總共有5分鐘，每人有1分鐘嘅時間嘅。唔該。Spanish, please.
Buenas tardes. Si usted quiere hacer comentarios públicos con respecto a la presentación del superintendente, esta es su oportunidad. Cada persona tendrá 1 minuto para dirigirse a la Junta de Educación. Gracias.
Thank you. Betty Robinson. Betty Robinson. Latoya Pitcher.
Thank you for that introduction, Superintendent Wayne. I did want to address a few things. The presentation mentioned absolutely nothing about dealing with equity and or racism, and that's concerning to me because racism has been a pervasive issue within SFUSD, and there seems like there's no effort to address it. Also, I appreciate you addressing the Empower system, but also I would appreciate you holding those responsible who are not making sure that our teachers get paid. Also, I don't see any action being taken to protect students from monkeypox or COVID. And so I would like to hear more about that. And then also, can the parents be included in the new administration training program so that it helps to form a better community between the new administrators and families at the school sites? And also, please continue, excuse me, these listening sessions, not just as a part of your introduction, but ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Chopsky.
Hi, Greg Chopsky. Dr. Wayne, welcome to the district. You've probably heard it already. You can't underestimate what a problem this Empower thing is. It's a complete debacle. It needs to be fixed immediately. It needed to be fixed back in January. But I trust you and your team to get on it. But at some point, we're going to have to hold people accountable. And this has been a catastrophic screw up. And this is not the only one. This is just the most high profile one. So Dr. Wayne, having watched this district for several years, I got to tell you, you've got your work cut out for you. Please get the teachers paid ASAP. And then we can move on to other stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Rianda.
So good evening, board commissioners, and welcome, Dr. Wayne. Apologies that I misspoke your name earlier, but we would like to thank you on behalf of APAC for meeting with us. I think our meeting was very productive, and we would just like to publicly state that we want to keep anti-Black racism as one of the focuses going forward, and also African-American student achievement as one of the focuses for the board going forward as well. Lastly, we want to keep uplifting the voices of our students and families who the district has consistently failed. And also we want to include our PI families, as we are both small in number, but our babies are brilliant, and we still need to have our focuses on our student success overall. And we want to thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Caller ending in 853. Caller ending in 853. Lay. Lay.
Okay, you just unmuted me. I wanted to thank Dr. Wayne for his presentation, and just to remind that the largest population of children are on the southeast side. So there was like a missing part of your presentation to address that the largest population are of kids in the southeast side. And what I've continuously heard is they're afraid of their schools closing. And so I would like to hear some priority around children in District 10, District 11. I would like to hear some innovative thoughts, which I did not hear. I heard a lot of, 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, but I was looking to hear more tonight, to see a more detailed plan. So I'm gonna listen each time you talk. And I want to thank Latoya and Rianda for speaking up about equity and racism. Like, if you cannot address that, then it makes it harder for all children in the district to be respected and loved. Thank you.
Thank you. President Lamb, that does conclude the amount of time for public comment.
Thank you. And we actually do have one in person for the superintendent's report. Josephine.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Dr. Matt Wayne. So glad to have you here. You sound like a great leader, and I was really proud to be part of CPAC, to have met with you on the 9 priorities that we have. the online academy, if that can be restarted for August, that would be awesome, because there's still a lot of anti-Asian hate and monkeypox is coming around in addition to COVID. There are a lot of families in our community are scared of going to school. Also, I think a lot of harm has been done on certain school principal issue. I hope that under your leadership that can be amended, as well as giving just and fair treatment to the principal, as the UASF president have spoken about. Also, we're very glad about the low equity audit will be restarted at the school level and take the politics out of it. Thank you. Congrats.
Colleagues, any comments or questions for Dr. Wayne? Seeing none, we will go to the update on the draft vision, values, and goals, and Dr. Wayne, you will be presenting the item.
Hello again. Yes, so tonight I'm providing an update on our progress as a governance team in developing, updating our vision and values and developing goals for student outcomes, as well as guardrails, and a topic we'll get to tonight. And so if you go to slide 2, so as a governance team, we've committed to doing 4 things. So updating our vision to so that it reflects the community's expectations for San Francisco public schools, understanding and updating the values behind that vision, and then using those vision and values using that vision and our values to develop a small number of goals for what students should know and be able to do. Then have guardrails. So this is a term used to describe how we're ensuring the community's values aren't violated while pursuing those goals. And if you go to the next slide, so we have up here our process, the steps we're going to go through, and it started actually in May with the Board of Education attending a national conference about effective governance, and I had the good fortune to attend with the board as well. To the full-day workshop I mentioned that happened in July to develop draft vision, values, goals, and guardrails based on current performance data and community input. So tonight is the actual draft of what was worked on that day for you to be able to share with the community and begin a community engagement and outreach process that will continue through September to then to help inform final adoption of our vision, values, goals, and guardrails. So where are we with that? So first, so I'm going to present it. Then the goal tonight is to make sure we captured your thinking from the July workshop, and that we have a draft, and it's just a draft of our vision, values, goals, and guardrails for you to share with the community. So if you go to the next slide and the slide after that. So as a district, we already had established a mission, and it's something I appreciate and have already seen how San Francisco educators and leaders really live this mission in their work. And that's that every day we provide each and every student the quality instruction and equitable support required to thrive in the 21st century. But our mission is we do this so that what? And you answered that question in July by saying so that all students will graduate as independent thinkers with a sense of agency who have mastered academic and creative skills to lead productive lives and contribute to our community. So this is the draft vision statement that we worked on together in July. If you go to the next slide, around our values, we talked a lot about our values of equity and anti-racism, about having integrity and transparency, working in community, and supporting the whole child. And the district had, in the past several years, had done work around drafting values and adopting values based on our district being SFUSD, right? So what you see on this slide are the current values we've had, And then in orange is what's added on to provide more specificity based on the discussion we had. So we already said we wanted to be student-centered, and we put students' needs first. I think it was important to the board to emphasize with the focus on the whole child. And then when we talk about persisting through challenges, how are we going to do that? And again, what came out of the discussion is with integrity, transparency, and doing that in community. And the importance of being united, and the board spoke about united around what? What are we working towards? And it's really wanted to make sure it's clear it's around achieving excellence as a district for our students. And then again, making sure that we are approaching this work with an equity lens when making decisions, and being an inclusive and anti-racist district. So that you can see in orange is how the values, how we're proposing to update the values based on our conversation. And this is what you would share with the community. And we get the feedback like we heard tonight, that if we're going to talk about being an anti-racist district, we need to be explicit. That means also that we're not accepting anti-Blackness. So that's the vision. So then we get to the goals and the guardrails. I'm going to spend a little bit more time explaining this because we had a lot of discussion about the goals. And just for the community that's watching, the expectation is that we identified at least one, no more than 5 goals for the next 5 years, and that these are SMART goals that can be, that are specific, measurable, attainable, results focused, and timely. And it's important to note that they're student outcomes goals, meaning that they are describe what students know and are able to do. So we know, for example, we need to address chronic absenteeism, but that's not listed as a goal because that's not a measure of what students know are able to do. That's a measure of, are they showing up, and how are we supporting students and families to ensure that kids are in school. So the goals are supposed to be around student outcomes. So the board was very clear after the workshop. We wanted goals in these areas: 3rd grade literacy, 8th grade math, college and career readiness, and around our graduate profile. We left with 2 dilemmas. When planning the goal, developing the specific goals, do we do goals for the groups furthest from opportunity or goals for all students? And what measures do we use to determine if students have met the goal? So in thinking about how best to approach the goals, when we have a limited number of goals to address, actually turn to the work of John A. Powell. He's a professor at UC Berkeley who leads the Othering and Belonging Institute. And he helps us understand that it really shouldn't be an either-or proposition. And we need to approach this with a mindset of targeted universalism. So I'm going to play this video for a moment so you have an understanding of this framework. Actually, Alicia will play the video.
Sorry, the video is not playing. Let me try this again.
I just sent it via text, if that's helpful.
Okay, let me see. Thank you all for your patience as I try to play this video.
if you need, I can explain the approaches. We're not.
Yeah, I did stop the share, just so. Well, it's here on. It's not playing to the. Yeah, so this is it. I can share, and then. This is, yeah, I don't. So stop the share.
I was gonna, but then is there a way to get my computer on the screen?
Yeah, I can make you a host. Did you log in? I'm just gonna try to do it yours. Yeah. So you said to go to my.
And I can just continue with the presentation if I could.
Okay.
Okay, so you want to put up the.
Okay.
Here, let me try. Okay, if you go back to the previous slide. Here, let's try this. Tell me if this works. Oop.
You want to go back one slide, is that right?
Yeah, go back one slide.
What is the most effective and sustainable policy response to problems in our society? Universal approaches are widely used in order to package policies for broad appeal. Universal policies such as Social Security and minimum wage provide the same benefits or minimum protections to everyone, regardless of status or group membership. But by treating everyone the same, universal approaches can't root out group-based discrimination and may actually deepen inequality between groups rather than reduce it. And by providing benefits or protections to everyone, resources that could be targeted to groups worse off instead flow to those who are better off. In contrast to universalism, targeted approaches are commonly used. Targeted policies provide benefits or protections based on group membership or status. SNAP, the food stamp program, conditions benefits on income level. The Americans with Disabilities Act requires public accessibility for disabled groups. And affirmative action focuses on historically disadvantaged groups. Targeted approaches are vulnerable to the critique that they unfairly favor constituent groups over the public good by directing resources to marginalized groups who are already subjected to unfair stereotypes. But universal and targeted approaches are false choices. There is a third way, targeted universalism. Targeted universalism means setting universal goals that can be achieved through targeted approaches. This approach targets the various needs of each group while reminding us that we are all part of the same social fabric. This can be accomplished by following 5 steps. First, set a universal goal. For example, 100% proficiency in 8th grade math. Second, measure how the overall population fares relative to the universal goal. In this example, we might discover that only 80% of 8th graders are proficient in 8th grade math. Third, measure the performance of population segments relative to the universal goal. So although 80% of all 8th graders are proficient, we might find that only 70% of Latinx students are proficient. Fourth, understand how structures and other factors support or impede groups' progress toward the universal goal. For our Latinx students, classroom instruction materials, and lessons designed for English speakers may impede learning, including math proficiency. Finally, implement targeted strategies so that each and every group can achieve the universal goal based upon their needs and circumstances. This may take the form of ESL-specific math tutoring for our Latinx students, while another group may require a completely different strategy to achieve the same universal goal. Targeted universalism rejects a blanket universal, which may be indifferent to the reality that different groups are situated differently relative to the institutions and resources of society. By aspiring toward shared universal goals, targeted universalism empowers targeted strategies capable of achieving those goals while moving us beyond concerns over disparities alone and toward our highest aspirations for all.
All right, sorry you didn't get to see the video of that, but I felt it was important to share this framework because we had a lot of discussion about how to set the goals. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see then that we're proposing 3 universal goals for 3rd grade literacy, 8th grade math, and college and career readiness. And then for the graduate profile, we'd have that for all students, but we need to develop the measures. And so I'm not going to read these goals here, but no, they're framed in SMART terms and demonstrate that our commitment to improving student outcomes in these areas. The other dilemma we had was what sort of data to look at when we are developing our goals. And these are 5-year goals, again, of measures of what students know and are able to do. And I think in our conversation, there were understandable questions around the use of the standardized tests, the state test as a marking point. And we don't want to be driven by don't want what's happening in the classroom to be driven by the test scores or what's expected in the test. That's why I appreciate we have the graduate profile as one of our goals. But these assessments do provide helpful information about how our students are achieving standards. And so we're looking at and recommending that we have these standardized results, ones that were that are from the state assessments, and that we're looking at that at the board level, but that shouldn't be what's driving the work at the school level. So you see here, this is from a book that we're looking at in the district called Street Data. And it talks about looking at different levels of data. And so the state testing is satellite data. It's large grain size, and it points us in a general direction for how we're doing, and it illuminates patterns of achievement and equity in the district, but it doesn't really point teachers or in those working in the classroom in the direction of what to do specifically with students. We want in the classroom and at our schools, teachers and our staff using map data and street data. So using data that's a little more local and gives better information about what the particular needs are at that school site. So again, proposing that we have goals that are based on our state measures, that satellite data, but know that as we work towards those goals, we'll be using map and street level data. So if you go to the next slide, as part of this process, as the goals are adopted, I adopt interim goals, and that's where we can start to take the more targeted approach. So I have 2 sample interim goals here. These aren't going to be 5-year goals. These are going to be goals to achieve each year along the way to see how we're doing. So you see, on that one, we would want to look at, in a year, maybe first graders, because we're working towards 3rd grade, so see where our first graders are on the district's reading assessment. I might have a goal recognizing that we want all students to improve, but we know that our Black students need to make meaningful growth for us to meet our universal goal, and so having a specific goal for Black students. So that would be how we could take that targeted universalism approach, have goals for the whole district, but then again, targeting the support and strategies as needed. Then lastly, just want to share about the guardrails. So the guardrails are expectations of how we're going to honor our values and working towards those goals, right? And so it's important, and they're written in a way that protects the values of the community while allowing maximum freedom for educators to serve the unique needs of students. So again, the board identified 4 areas for guardrails: effective decision-making, treatment of students, instruction, and resource allocation. And if you go to the next slide, we had drafted some possible guardrails, and so just going to highlight one right here. And so this is around effective decision making. So it says the superintendent will not make major decisions without meaningful consultation with the parents, guardians, students, and staff who will be impacted by those decisions. So if the board adopts a guardrail like this, it's saying that when we bring forward our plans, if we're going to have a plan for improvement that in a particular area or to do something, that there will be that engagement with our community, and there will be a process that we can point to. Otherwise, I shouldn't be bringing forward those plans and making the decisions without having done that. So again, have draft guardrails in each of these areas, and if you go to the next slide, I'll also then develop interim guardrails, and that's where we can be more specific and look at look at data on how we're living up to our values. So for example, around the treatment of students, we talked a lot about how it's important we have a positive school climate for our students, and so maybe looking at the percentage of students who are reporting that they feel a sense of belonging. So with that, want to give time for the board to have discussion. Here's the question tonight. Just we need to know, where are the draft goals and guardrails inconsistent with the board's vision and values? If you're seeing any major inconsistency, we can adjust these. Otherwise, no, this would be the draft vision, values, goals, and guardrails that you go out to the community to talk with and get their feedback on, and they will surely then evolve by the time we adopt them on October 25th. So sorry for the technical difficulties, and that concludes my presentation.
Before we open it up for board discussion, I do have 2 public comment at this time: Rex Ridgway and Maya Kashavin. And you'll have 1 minute each.
Yeah, okay, hi, got it written. Hi, San Francisco didn't track into 8th algebra. The state had an algebra 1 for all in 8th policy that some reason they've abandoned. Don't worry, I'm pestering them at a state level too. Tracking is horrible. I am 58 and an electrical engineer. In the 70s, I was almost tracked out of math. Mr. Frazier, my guidance counselor, wouldn't let me take when I needed. I'm taking the place of a boy, and girls only go into this profession to husband hunt. My dad had to come in. The slide about 8th grade math asks who to focus on: the underserved. That group is the one who's paid the price for this foolishness. Everyone else scrambled and got their own. CHIPS and Science Act passed today. Let's get our students in front of the line for the future. Thank you.
Hello, commissioners, and Matt Wayne. I forgot to say welcome aboard. Okay, so the 8th grade, slide 9, you don't have to pull it up, but slide 9 is what I'm concerned about. In that is 8th grade math. Algebra 1 was pulled out of 8th grade into 9th grade. It has hurt a lot of kids. The data that we're getting from the curriculum department is not correct. I won't get into that, but my personal story is I had to put my granddaughter in a summer class of Algebra 1 in order for her to comfortably take Algebra 1 and geometry in the 9th grade. So now this coming year, 10th grade, she's on her way for calculus and statistics. Those kids who don't take Algebra 1 in the 8th grade are really behind the 8 ball, and those parents who have the understanding, the wherewithal, and the means, they can work around that. So I am begging you guys, please take a look at this and really, really consider putting Algebra 1 back in the 8th grade. Thank you so much.
At this time, we'll hear public comment on the draft vision, values, and goals. Please raise your hand if you care to speak. We will have a total of, is it 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Each speaker will have 1 minute. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
Cho 公眾發言嘅時間，咁5分鐘嘅，每人1分鐘時間，1分鐘時間。Spanish。
Spanish, please. Do we have our Spanish interpreter? Yeah, he's here. Eugene, you might be muted if you're speaking. Okay. Caller ending in 853.
Hello, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, Virginia Marshall. Welcome, Dr. Wayne. I was driving home and I didn't get a chance to talk last time. On behalf of the NAACP and the Alliance of Black School Educators, we welcome you to San Francisco as our superintendent. As far as the goals and objectives, we are very concerned about African American students and Latino students and other marginalized groups being prepared to take algebra in the 8th grade. That means many of our elementary schools do not have credentialed teachers in math to prepare our students for our middle school. And I'm also very interested in career readiness. As a former business education teacher, I know many of our facilities no longer have career components in their schools. So those things are very much of interest to us, and we look forward to having you come to our next NAACP meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Charles Sylvester, I will need to promote you to panelist in order for you to speak. Please know that your camera will show. Again, your camera will show when I promote you. I'm promoting you to panelist now. Charles, go ahead, please.
I have a question about what we are defining in our goals as far as college and career readiness, because I think we honestly need to throw out the A to G. It might have been instituted to give everyone the opportunity to go to UC, but it sells a college for all only model that does not serve all students. We need many paths if some groups 1 and 4 only meet this criteria. And we need to really prepare them so that the kids can afford San Francisco. You know, are they really able to afford it when they graduate? And as far as treatment of students, the SOUP will not allow the treatment of students or unaddressed needs. You know, the sense of belonging is not corollary to that. Maslow's hierarchy of human needs, if you could measure that, you know, are they hungry? Do they have all unmet needs met? You know, that would be more relevant. So that was my comment on guardrails. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Patrick?
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I'm very, very happy to see this, this plan. I'm very happy to see the SMART goals focused on specific outcomes for improving student outcomes. One thing that's not clear from this, which I think is very important, is the presence of a student assessment plan. The data that I see in this is summative data, like where do kids end up at the end of the semester? But what we need to track is where they are at the beginning of the school year, and then at a regular basis throughout, what progress they're making so that teachers can be given the feedback and coaching they need to be empowered to do the best that they can for students. So I hope that we will become a much more data-driven district to help our students succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Rionda?
So good evening again, commissioners and Dr. Wayne. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Wayne. I greatly appreciate your focuses. I am concerned, however, with the emphasis on 3rd grade, because it's my understanding that if a student doesn't get the basics for reading and writing, at least by the time they're finished with elementary school, that there isn't any supports in place at the middle school or high school levels, because it's very focused on generalized or specific areas, and reading and writing is not one of them. And so I think that's where we have a lot of our students that are struggling, is because they somehow miss those basics and they're just continuing to getting passed along. So if we can put some sort of safeguards in place to ensure that each and every child is ready at grade level before they get to the 5th grade, So that way you don't have this continual struggle of babies that are being left behind because they're not able to get the resources and the supports that they need to ensure that they're able to keep up when they've fallen behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Latoya?
Thank you. I just want to echo the comments that everyone else made. Also want to say thank you to everyone on the board for your service. I just want to make sure I acknowledge that. But also let's keep in mind the harm that has already been done to Black and brown children, considering the CSA situation and the disproportionality of Black kids over referred to SPED as well as over discipline. Also, let's acknowledge that kids are not being taught because of the cultural differences, with most of the teachers not being Black or brown. So as we address these issues of K-3 literacy and math, let's also include culture in there and make sure that we address those issues and the systemic racism that has blocked them from accessing an equitable education. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes virtual public comment for this item.
At this time, I wanted to open up back to Dr. Wayne and to colleagues around our guiding questions.
Thank you, President Lamb. So from the discussion tonight, if you want to just seeking, again, just around the vision, maybe start with the vision, then the values, and then the goals and guardrails, if there's any feedback. Really again, seeing, is there anything out of alignment, knowing that we already just got some helpful feedback of what maybe needs to be considered when we finalize these after you engage with the community for the next month.
Colleagues, any thoughts? Commissioner Alexander and then Vice President Bogus.
Sorry, I was just gonna, are we doing vision first? That was what I was gonna ask the process, because I have comments maybe more on the goals.
Let's just take them all at once. So if you have them more on the goals, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to appreciate Superintendent Wayne for the targeted universalism solution. I think that really makes sense, and just you know, for the public to understand that you know, we're committed to addressing the gaps that exist in the district, that we recognize that it's possible. You know, if we look at a third grade literacy goal of increasing proficiency from 52% to 62%, we could actually meet that goal and not close gaps, but that is not our intention, right? And so I think what we're hearing from the superintendent is that the interim goals, is the right term, will address that. So I really appreciate that, because that was kind of a dilemma we were struggling with. And then my question around the guardrails is with respect to number 2. When we talk about treatment of students, do we want to say inequitable treatment of students? I guess I felt like that language was a little bit unclear, and I wasn't clear, like, if I'm going to the public, what I'm saying there in terms of the treatment of students. So I guess I would just love a little more clarity there.
Yes, I think actually adding the inequitable treatment might be helpful, because what I think came out of the discussion is the fact that you all, you know, have over the years heard concerns about students not being treated equitably or fairly, and them not really being addressed. That's the key point of the guardrail, that the issues persist rather than it being addressed. And so maybe that would be that phrase, that word would help clarify then what needs to be addressed, is that inequitable treatment.
Thank you. Vice President Bogus.
Yeah, thank you. I think for me, I just wanted to, I think to just share with the public and our school community that it's very hard, I think, for you to fully grasp like this process because of the stage that we're in. Like, there are still pieces that need to be determined that will give a lot more information and clarity on how these things will look and how these things will shape out. And so I think there's a little bit of us asking for grace and trust that we're going to kind of try to do things the right way. What you're going to see as we continue this process is us like progress and really build this out in a way that centers on the vision that we have for the district, which is to ensure that all students are successful. But when you look at the goals, you're really only going to see a few things that we're focusing on. And a lot of that is a reflection of the shift that we're trying to make as a board, which is to say, how do we maximize our impact and how do we maximize our role in supervising the superintendent, which is the primary staff that we oversee? It's because we're not able to implement all the policies and the resolutions that we would potentially vote on. But what this new framework does is it gives us a tool to hold the superintendent accountable and to say that if he's not able to deliver on these things, both our primary goals, but also the sub goals, the interim goals we've been talking about, that really kind of lay out how we hit all these goals and how we ensure that all students are receiving the supports that they need from the district to be excellent. So I would just say, just to give a little bit more context and to understand that things aren't fully clear now. So if you don't fully understand the direction, just know that it hasn't been set yet and that we're going to go through a board process and a community process to finalize that, to incorporate all of that kind of input from the school community. So I think that's like my disclaimer. In regards to the goals and the guardrails, I think looking at them, it feels like there needs to be a fifth one. I don't know exactly what that should be. I know we want to not maybe have 5, but it does feel, especially for our kind of broader school community and city community, having an additional one to kind of give a better feel of kind of what our overall priorities are and what they can expect as we kind of go down this endeavor, I think is something for us to at least think about and consider, and just kind of reflect on, do the things listed here actually capture everything that we want to highlight and symbolize as important to the district in this moment of transition, in addition to the things that we really want to focus and lock in on. So I don't have any clear suggestions right now, but I definitely will work and will share them with you, Superintendent Wayne, as we move forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Shu, and then Commissioner Weisman-Ward.
Thank you. I have one comment and one question for the superintendent. The comment is that I echo Commissioner Alexander's comments earlier about having the targeted universalism. That's very good. I was going to comment that with our overall goals and the interim goals, that the early interim goals should be, while the overall goals for the universal, everybody is going to meet some standard at the end of 5 years. I think we should set the early interim goals for groups that are farthest away from opportunity. And you probably already had that in mind, and because they are the most in need of our support, so that we should move them into the early interim goals. And then my question is, are we including the interim goals when we go out into the community?
No, so the interim goals are for myself and staff to develop, because we're then held accountable to and putting in place the plans to meet those goals. I do think, though, it might be helpful to include in the presentation, just for the community to understand exactly what we're talking about, that these are the board goals, but the superintendent is expected to have interim ones, and here's sample examples that he's provided to indicate that, yes, we are going to have a targeted approach over these 5 years to meet our overall outcome that we set for 2027. So I would just include it in the presentation and frame it that way. You're not asking for their feedback necessarily on interim goals, but just so the community has a picture of what that looks like.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Wayne, for the presentation. It seems like an eternity ago that we were all here all day on a Sunday working on this, so it's nice to see it packaged and heard again. And just a few comments. One, when we were thinking through our discussion about the vision, you know, I was excited about it, and seeing it on paper, and also seeing it or on a slide, specifically seeing it contrasted to the current mission, I actually really think, I appreciate that this feels to me much more specific, and I can imagine what this looks like. I can imagine, you know, what this what these students look like. So I think that's a good thing in terms of having something feel more concrete and viable.
I think maybe similar to Vice President Bogus, the goals and guardrails, I think this is a comment for us collectively, but also for the public. I see these as being really important in making sure that we're centering students and not getting bogged down in conversations that actually aren't going to improve our student outcomes. I also want to note that I think that there's going to be some serious growing pains here. I already feel it. I think that the guardrails in particular are going to cause the most growing pains. And I think it's necessary because when we have these guardrails, we're going to have to ask ourselves every time when we want to provide you with direction as a board, ask these questions and then actually have answers to them that are honest if we're being honest with ourselves. So I think this is going to be really, really important. Although speaking for myself, I think it's going to be where I'm pushed the most, but that's not a bad thing. And then in terms of the interim goals, I also, supporting Commissioner Shu's suggestion that we really think about the timing on these. I think this framework is going to allow us to not only look at this as a board, but also communicate with the public and report back. And it necessitates that there's accountability. So I think these interim goals are going to be really important to make sure that we're meeting the goals that we have. And if we're not, making sure that we can iterate and reflect and figure out if we need to make adjustments to do better. So thank you.
I'll just echo a lot of what my colleagues have raised. I think overall, I feel comfortable about this as the first start of us going out into community to get, the feedback, the dialogue, discussion. I am, happy with the draft values and that even dives even further into our SFUSD values, but even, I think even more poignant. And this is probably the third board member has mentioned this, but the universal goals. What my sense is that the community is going to be really hungry for the interim goals. Like, how does that relate to my school community? How does it relate to my child and their education experience or my community's educational experience? And I just think that is why this board is so committed to dedicating at least 50% of our board meeting times to be able to report back out around that accountability and those measurements and how we hold Dr. Wayne and his team to that progress that's being made. So just wanted to voice that because I think at first view, what I've heard already from community members is, does that tell the whole experience of a child in SFUSD? And I think that's where the guardrails and the discussions around the interim guardrails are going to be really key as well. And I can't stress enough also about the early interventions and early supports for all of our universal goals. And I'm excited about the opportunity to draft our graduate profile and how we're going to develop that assessment. I think that's where, since I've been a parent at SFUSD as well as serving on the board, really like how are we going to deliver on that graduate profile? And that will also, I think, feed up to the college and career readiness that has been recently established by the California State Department of Education. And not only is it for me around college readiness, but really around the career exploration and finding that passion around, the workforce in 21st century.
Good. Okay, so just to conclude, thank you for the discussion. If you can go to slide 16, go back to the presentation. So again, the overall question was, where are the draft goals and guardrails inconsistent with the board's vision and values? And what I heard is, overall, it is consistent. What you heard, we have the specific change we'll make to the guardrail for the student, the treatment of students and the inequitable treatment of students. I also heard that when preparing for community outreach, ways we can prepare you to be able to provide that whole picture, so that'll be helpful. As a reminder to the public, if you're tuning in, you're obviously interested in the work the district is doing. And on our website, we actually have an explainer called About This Process, so you can go check that out. It's under our announcements, so just you'll look and you'll see, just look up vision, values, goals, and guardrails. And so then if you go to the next slide, the next steps are, so we'll incorporate that feedback, and you'll have a presentation and a document that you'll use during community outreach and engagement sessions, and then you all do the work. We're giving you a little time because we know people are going to be preoccupied with the start of school, so these sessions to start through in the next couple weeks, and then through September, you'll gather feedback. And then in October, we finalize the vision, value, goals, and guardrails. And yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Wayne. I wanted to clarify in recognition, because you had restated, but for me to reaffirm that the interim guardrails and interim goals are your role as superintendent.
Correct. So you can share as an example, but ultimately that will be developed and finalized when you finalize the 5-year outcomes.
Great. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Dr. Wayne, and we look forward, my colleagues and I look forward as we go into community, and you will soon be hearing more about the outreach schedule and calendaring. We will now go to the budget update, item number 3, and I'd like to call upon Dr. Wayne.
Thank you. This is our budget update. It's an information item, but we're bringing it forward to the board because we are required to present to the public at a board meeting when there's any meaningful revision to our budget, to the budget that was adopted, and if we have any meaningful revision to that within the first 45 days. And great news, the meaningful revision we have is we've received more revenue from the state, which is sorely needed in all districts and definitely in San Francisco Unified. So to share what this means for our budget and do a brief overview, I'd like to welcome our head financial officer, Megan Wallace, and our executive director of business services, Anne-Marie Gordon.
Thank you, Dr. Wayne. Good evening, President Lamb, commissioners, public. Next slide, please. So first, I just want to provide a quick overview of, why are we here this evening to give this budget update. As you'll recall, on June 28th, the Board of Education adopted our fiscal year 2022-23 budget. However, at that point in time, it was clear that there was still a good deal of movement at the state level on the state budget. And since that time, we've received a lot more information about ultimately the type of revenue that would be going to local education agencies, or LEAs, such as ours. And with that information, we had up to 45 days to return to the board and provide a public update on any budget adjustments to be recognized for our budget. So this item really provides an informational update at this point in time on our revenue outlook resulting from changes that occurred at the state level. Next slide, please. So just a little bit more context about what happened at the state level. There really was a lot of negotiation both at the legislature level and then subsequently between the legislature and the governor. And one of the big sticking points that seems to be relatively a common theme is really the discussion about one-time versus ongoing spending. I think that it's fairly common news. There was big news going on about how much revenue is coming in at the state level, particularly in fiscal year 2021-22, comparing revenue projections with the enacted budget. However, those legislators who were inclined to hold back on spending at the state level were really driven by an anticipated plateau in revenues in this fiscal year. So ultimately, the governor and the legislature were able to strike a balance between ongoing spending commitments and then planning for that uncertain future, really by creating a combination of augmenting the local control funding formula and also including one-time restricted block grants for school districts. So with that, I'm going to hand it over on the next slide for Dr. Wayne. He's going to give an overview of our budget and to frame discussion about the changes.
Thank you, Megan. And I wanted to share because this is, as we've noted, my first regular meeting of the Board of Education and first budget presentation. And in my listening and learning, I've heard that there's, I mentioned in my previous presentation, there's a desire for transparency and clarity around what we're doing as a district. And when we're talking about education budgets, that can often be a conversation that is far from clear and easy to understand. And so want to make sure that as we're presenting the budget is clear to the Board of Education and to the public what we're talking about. And so I want to highlight two things that you can expect moving forward, and then just share a little bit of how this is organized, and Megan will share what the update is. So first, one thing that you can expect that is very important is you should always be able to hear from the previous board meeting to the current board meeting what changes are being presented and why. So if you look in this chart here, you can see that we have in the first column, it's the 2022-23 adopted budget that was presented in June. And so we want you to be able to see what was adopted by the board at that time and what we were working on. And then you can see in the next column is the revised budget in August. And then it's our job to make clear what has changed and why. So everybody has an understanding about how the budget is evolving, because our budget is never static. And when there's changes, it needs to be clear to the board and to the public about what's changed and why. So everybody understands what our fiscal situation is, and there's, frankly, trust in what we're sharing with the community about our finances. The other thing I want to highlight is that we're focusing here on the unrestricted general fund. And so we get funds that are restricted or unrestricted, and it's the state that provides our unrestricted general fund. These are basic operating expenditures. So it's important we focus on these funds because these are the funds. Our unrestricted general fund is what the state is reviewing, and that's what the state determines whether they need to intervene in how the district is governing itself and how we're balancing the budget if they feel that the unrestricted general fund is not being managed well. And one of the things I appreciate about being in San Francisco is there's a lot of contributions from the city and from taxpayers in our community to support the education budget, but those are in restricted funds. So we will talk about those, but for these major budget presentations, know that it's about the unrestricted fund, and you should always be able to see what we presented previously and what we're presenting currently and why there are changes. What's changed and why there are changes. Then lastly, before Megan explains what the changes have been, just want to share a bit about this chart. And I share this, I think, because I came up, you heard me share as Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, a classroom teacher, then director, then Ed Services and Superintendent. And so my focus has been on the education side of the house. But as Superintendent, I have a responsibility to make sure we're managing the fiscal side of the house. And so I both have learned a lot about the budget and learned a lot about how to try to make it clear on what we're talking about. And so just you'll see here in this presentation, we have 5 rows. I just want to explain what those are. So the beginning fund balance, think of that as like our savings account, right? These are funds we have that are available, but they're not our ongoing funds. They're not what we, they're not like the checking account we use to pay rent each month. This is our savings account that we can use maybe for additional expenditures or that we have in case there's any challenges. And so the beginning fund balance is the first column. We always start, and that's how we start the year with. How are we doing with our savings? Then the total revenues is how much is coming into us. That's row B. And then row C is the total expenditures. How much are we planning to spend? And then row D is the key line. Are we spending more than we brought in? Are we spending less than we brought in? If we're spending more, we're deficit spending, and that's what's been one of the challenges this district has faced is numerous years of deficit spending. And then, so then the ending fund balance is, okay, if we're, after we think about how much we brought in and how much we saved, how much do we need to take from our savings account, from that beginning fund balance to pay for expenses? Or how much can we put back in it and save for another time because we're spending less than we're bringing in? And so that ending fund balance is made up of a few different things. And like you see, a rainy day reserve, and we're required by the state to keep 2% for economic uncertainty. But if it's not, if the funds aren't in one of the, if in our savings account, we don't have the funds in one of those 4 areas, it's our unassigned fund balance. And these are funds we can use to invest in other areas or determine how we want to use it or save it for future challenges. So with that being said, that was a bit lengthy, but just, again, it's my first meeting, wanted to make sure there's a common understanding of how we're going to be talking about our budget. So Megan, what is actually the changes to our budget? Walk us through what's different between June and now, as well as what's not different.
Thank you, Dr. Wayne. I appreciate that overview. So just starting from the top, I'm going to be comparing the adopted budget with the revised budget. So first, looking at beginning fund balance, you can see that there are no proposed changes. We're continuing to assume a beginning fund balance of $151 million. However, on the next line, total revenues, you will see a substantial change. So speaking to the state's decision to increase funding to school districts, you can see that our revenue assumptions have increased from $655.9 million to 676.5 approximately. So then on the next line, total expenditures, you don't see any change. We had previously assumed 677.9 million, and we continue to do so. So the primary adjustment here really is in our total revenues, and where it really pops out is if you look at our net surplus. So how much more are we spending than what we take in, or how much less? As you can see in the adopted budget, we were budgeting to overspend by just under $22 million. And that took a big hit out of that savings account. Our beginning fund balance was the primary source of funds that was used to cover those operating expenses. However, with our new revenues, you can see that that shortfall was reduced from 22 million to 1.4 million. So we're in a much better position this fiscal year as a result of that increased revenue. Moving forward into our multi-year projections on Road D, you can see that we don't deficit spend in those future years, which is positive. Just looking at the impact on the ending fund balance. So because we're not deficit spending, we're not projected to spend down our fund balance. So you can see that our ending fund balance increases from our adopted budget of 129.1 million approximately to 149.6. So we're able to, we're projected through this revision to have a much higher ending fund balance. And you can see that the total increase in that unassigned fund balance of 20.5 million. So overall, we've seen an increase in revenues of 20.5 million, but this budget revision does not propose any increased expenditures. So those funds remain unassigned. With that, I'd like to hand it back over to Dr. Wayne.
Thank you, Megan. I just want to speak to 2 important issues. So one is we were preparing this presentation. I understand that when the final budget was being adopted, there were a few outstanding issues that had been discussed but not addressed by the Board of Education because you wanted to see where where things are going to settle. In the meantime, we were able to address some of these issues and do it in a way that maintained a balanced budget, and just and then we can look at moving forward and through the budget development process, how are we going to address these and other programs where there may be needs? So like, we know we heard from the Longfellow community about the multilingual pathway. We were able to work through that. The JRTC program was being eliminated at a few schools. We were able to bring it back there. And for all these, it's not necessarily exactly how it was before, but we're working to address them while maintaining that balanced budget. Because I think the second important issue, if you go to the next slide, is we're coming with a 45-day revise that shows an increase in revenue, but we're not proposing a revision yet in expenditures. And why is that? First, we need to see how enrollment comes in, because our enrollment drives our revenue. And so even for the 22-23 school year, we're still looking at a projected revenue. We don't certify our enrollment until October and see how it impacts our revenue until December. And so we know and we're projecting declining enrollment, and so we don't want to ask the board to make additional investments until we see where enrollment comes in. And the other thing is, we know there's already a commitment by this Board of Education in this district to make an investment in a critical area, and that is in our salaries of our valued employees. And we heard tonight how they need to see the district take action to ensure that that value is not just in words, but in our action. And so we are committed to working with our labor partners on compensation to help our efforts to recruit and retain staff. This is something that gets negotiated, and so we will work through that process to determine the impact. And then we'll be able to come forward and be able to see what funding might be available and how we want to prioritize our work, really to support the goals that you've identified and we've identified through our process of updating our vision, values, and goals. And so just wanted to make those 2 points clear. We're waiting for enrollment, and we are negotiating with our labor partners, so that's why we're not bringing any changes to our expenditures right now in this 45-day revise. With that, Megan will share the next steps in the timeline, and then we'll open it up for discussion.
I'm going to go ahead and close out the presentation. And so to wrap up today, we have the overview of the new fiscal year, the new school year, because this does mean that our LCAP and budget planning processes begin anew, starting now. So we've mapped out key milestones for these work streams for the LCAP, budget development, and select board meetings on this slide. For the LCAP, we will be launching the task force for the new year, setting intentions for our work together, and preparing for the school planning process. We anticipate a mid-year review of the LCAP and engagement of our educational partners in the spring. Budget development will include a fall final budget revision in September, and we'll complete the first interim report later this semester before gearing up for the 22, 23, 24 budget development process. And we have highlighted board meetings that have budget and business services action items along the bottom. So we look forward to a great year. And with that, we'll conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wayne, and to Megan and Anne Marie so much for your work and presentation. Colleagues, do you have any questions or discussion? Vice President Bogus.
I have a very quick question that wasn't covered directly in the presentation, but I was hoping you could respond to it. I was curious around the money that has been allocated around security cameras and locks and things of that nature. I think someone mentioned public comment that there was $10 million or so that has been like allocated or something to that effect. I was wondering if you could just kind of talk, not so much about like whether or not the money has been spent, but if that money is coming from places that are connected to instruction, or is it specific money for those purposes, or anything of that sort that you can provide to give more clarity?
Yeah, and as I shared, this presentation was on our unrestricted general fund. You heard that funding is around from our bond program. So we have our head facilities officer to speak to this.
Good evening, commissioners. Just to provide you with a brief update, these funds are the funds that have been allocated again for those security updates came as a result of the board action in October 2021, reallocating bond funds. And there is $10 million that has been allocated. I'm pleased to report that we actually have made substantive progress this summer, engaging architects to go out and survey the remaining sites that don't have Columbine locks, and they are developing basically bid packages that should be coming to the board actually in the next 2 meetings to begin work on those remaining sites that require Columbine locks. Again, for folks to also note that the vast majority of our sites, well over 90%, actually already have Columbine locks in most of our classrooms, so we are closing this last remaining tiny gap. That is our highest priority. After that, we've also completed a draft site security matrix that also evaluates the presence and functionality of security cameras, PA systems, excuse me, as well as other features that we're interested in from a capital perspective and improving. And our hope is that once we get these projects launched for the Columbine locks, we're then going to go back and start looking in specifically more depth at PA systems and upgrading those across the system as we can.
Thank you for that. Could you just share which bond those funds would be are coming from?
Yeah, the 2016 general obligation bond.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Just to follow on, what's the date of completion or projected date of completion for 100%?
It's our goal to have them complete in the coming academic calendar year. I think right now we're still working on the packaging and sequencing of the project, so I can get you a much more refined timeline by our next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We will now move into agenda item J, proposals for action. We have one this evening, 22510A1, the amended resolution to include the observance of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha in the SFUSD academic and instructional calendars, authored by Commissioner Matt Alexander. I'd like to ask for a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
I'd like to now open up to public comment. Actually, before we go to public comment, I'm going to have student delegates. It is now beyond their 9:30 time with us, but I know that they were staying late to ensure that they had a chance to provide comments.
Yeah, definitely. We'll let you have it.
Go ahead, student delegate Hanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a statement before I leave, but regarding the proposed resolution for Eid to be recognized as a holiday through SFUSD. I just want to say that the Board of Education is centered around creating a safe and diverse atmosphere for every student. This means acknowledging that with diversity, there will also be different cultures and religions that need to be celebrated. By recognizing Eid as an SFUSD holiday, Muslim students will be able to fully celebrate their holiday without fear of penalties from school. The Muslim community deserves to be seen and represented in SFUSD's promises of inclusiveness and diversity. By uplifting SFUSD's diversity, we should hold space for the cultures within our schools to have the freedom to celebrate culturally significant holidays without the added pressure of school. Muslim students and families should not have to choose between celebrating a cultural holiday or attending school. Holidays such as Christmas, Lunar New Year, and other culturally significant holidays are given days off from school. There should be no reason why the holiday of Eid does not get the same treatment. Although students can get their absences excused, the fear of catching up on work or missing a test can be destructive, as well as a varied teacher leniency when it comes to absence from school. With all these components, we should recognize that we should be prioritizing our students and their culture. And with that being said, I also want to highlight an SFUC student named Sarah Ushan and her work with the Eid resolution and organizing a petition for SFUSD to recognize Eid as a holiday. This emphasizes how this resolution will ultimately serve students and be student-centered as well as student-led. Thank you.
I want to echo everything that Student Delegate Hansen said, and I also want to start off by saying that, in my opinion, the Eid resolution is a perfect example of how community activism cannot and should not go unnoticed. And I know that some organizers like Sarah have been doing this work for almost a year at this point in order for it to even get noticed by the board. And so I admire their persistence, and I think this should serve as inspiration to people with many other causes that persistence is key. As far as the resolution itself, I think it presents some obvious administrative challenges, such as extending the school year. However, I think given almost an entire year to work this into the schedule, I have faith that the central office staff will be able to do this successfully. And so I would not consider that a roadblock to this resolution. But I do want to say that long term, I think we need to create better systems to support students who miss school for a cultural holiday, such as Yom Kippur for Jewish students, where they won't be required to make up work in an unreasonable amount of time. For example, I know Jewish students and Muslim students who, for Eid and Yom Kippur, have missed important tests and either had to do it before all their other classmates or far after, or have not been given adequate time to make up their work. And so I think long-term we need a framework to make students feel more supported, even if their cultural holiday is not a full day off school. So I echo what Student Delegate Hansen said, and I believe this resolution should be passed.
Thank you, student delegates. You be excused now. Good night. And so we will now take public comment.
Do we need to move the item and read it into the record prior to public comment?
I believe, Mr. Steele, this item has already been moved at first reading, and so that's not necessary at this point.
Thank you for clarification. We do have 23 speaker cards in person and several hands up on Zoom as well. What total amount of time would you like to provide, President Lam?
I'm sorry, say that, how many?
I'm sorry, 23 speaker cards in person and 7 hands online.
Okay, so we'll do
online so far.
We'll do a total of 30 minutes, 1 minute each, please.
Okay. I'm going to call 5 names at a time, so please come line up when you hear your name. And again, forgive me if I mispronounce. I think Shaheen Shaiku, Shaik. I'm sorry for mispronouncing. Sabrine Khalil, Julie Roberts Fung, Nadia Saber, and Lana Ramadan. Press the button. There you go.
All right. Assalamu alaikum. That means peace be upon you. My name is Shaheen Sheikh, and I request you to bring peace to our Eid. I've served the city for 24 years now. I've also worked as a San Francisco Islamic School volunteer for past 10 years of Sundays. And, but above all, I have been rolling up the rooftop hills and Lowell School for past 20 years. So we have been part of the public system for past 20 years. Eid supposedly a quiet holiday where the kids are enjoying the food and unwrapping the gifts. My kids, on my 3 boys, you can only imagine what Eid mornings look like, are running to pray their congregational prayers, coming back home, getting off their attire and running back to the school, asking me one question: why can't we have Eid off? So with 250,000 Muslims that San Francisco hosts, I request that we respect the diversity, just like your 170 days entry plan said, and
Thank you.
goals that your goals and mission said.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
All right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sabrine Khalil. I'm a Palestinian Muslim born and raised in San Francisco.
I'd like to share a quick story on why this resolution is important to me specifically. Back in the fall of 2007, I was a freshman in high school. I remember sitting in my leadership class waiting for the teacher to begin our session. And I was planning to take the next 2 days off for Eid. And he told the class that we were assigned a homework assignment. And it must be completed within the next 2 days or we would lose points, affecting our overall grade. I informed him that I had a religious holiday coming up and I needed to take the next 2 days off so I wouldn't have the capacity to complete it. He told me that I would have to make it work. I retorted that he didn't give homework during Christmas break. His exact response was, touche. He walked away and nothing after, silence. So SFUSD, you have the power in your hands to make the change we all wish to see. We promise you this effort will go unnoticed amongst the Muslim community here today. And we appreciate your support and look forward to the resolution that will finally shed light on the Muslim community who has been kept far too long in the dark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Julie. I'm a parent at Schools with Arab Language Pathways. And today is an exciting opportunity for everyone here to be a part of history and to make Eid a holiday for our district. Being a part of a multicultural community is a delight and an education. It's become obvious how our calendar is organized around the Christian calendar. There's no situation where Christian children have to choose between their family and culture and their academics or health. However, Muslim students over the past few years have had to make those choices as academic and COVID tests have conflicted with Eid. When my kids were younger, I would read to their classroom Shante Keys and the Black Eyed Peas, which highlights different times and ways different cultures celebrate New Year's. At the end, they eat all their different fruits together at the same table. Our calendar is how we show who we mean when we say we or us. Tonight's a historic opportunity to follow the lead of Arab students who started this effort, and it's a chance for us to allow Arab and Muslim community to participate in our in education and educate all of our students and families about Eid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lana Ramadan, and I've been a resident of the San Francisco Greater Bay Area for the past 10 years. I support making Eid a school holiday as a show of respect for inclusion for Muslim students. I also echo the statements of my fellow community members, but moreover, as someone who went through the public education system in a post-9/11 America and experienced Islamophobic related bullying firsthand, I believe that not doing so can further marginalize already vulnerable students. Because of the lack of education around Islam, I have a notable experience in which I celebrated Eid and my classmates had asked me if I was celebrating the 9/11 instead. For much of my childhood, public education spaces were not a safe space, and they should be for all unequivocally. Recognizing Eid is a great initiative to building confidence and show SF Muslim American students that they have valued members of the school and of the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call the next group. Sharif, Zakut, Vikram, Jackie Romero, Loben, I believe, Asil. No.
We have two.
Yeah, so whoever's called, come on up.
Yes, there's two of us. Three of them are
Three
gone.
of them? Okay, great. And we'll call a couple more. Wasim and Tariq.
Tariq is gone.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Wayne. Hello, my name is Sharif Zakut. I'm born and raised in San Francisco, also an alumni. I've been working with youth within SF Unified within the last 9 years, and as you can see, there's a lot of excitement around just being able to discuss this and even pass it. This would be widely felt by all of our communities. And I also just want to name, ultimately, this is an access and equitability issue. We want our communities to feel seen. We want them to feel belonging. And for folks who don't know, here, we've been working on this for literally over a year. And so to see that this is finally going up for a vote is huge for our community. And many of us are watching from at home. We hope you make the right decision tonight. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Lubana Lapsi, and I'm speaking to her mom. My child, when I take the break from the school, the holiday, he miss a lot for the school, and he come in the next day, he doesn't know a lot thing because he miss it, because we get requests for the holiday. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wasim Haj. I'm a caseworker and a longtime member of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. Today, we're once again asking you to support this resolution, recognizing Eid at SFUSD schools for implementation next year. Our families are relying on you, the school board, to recognize our traditions and our holidays. Eid is about survival for our community, and it goes beyond prayer and celebration. Arabs and Muslims have been hit hard by Trump era and beyond immigration policies, Islamophobic discrimination, surveillance, discriminatory policing, and right-wing attacks on our streets. Eid represents a moment of peace, hope, and collective power for this community. As such, we're here to stand in that power and urge the school board to recognize Eid in next year's calendar. It is our duty to improve the well-being of our students and their families. Our community has been asking for Eid to be recognized for years, and we've gone through all the proper channels. Please do not delay this any more than you have. Also, support the San Francisco teachers and make them whole and pay them their due. Thank you.
All right, next group, Nourb. I think it's Nourb. Sajai, Sajieh. Yasmin Lee McGreever, and Sarah Harris. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Noor, and I'm from Syria. I was born and raised in Syria, and I immigrated to the United States in 2012. Now I work as the youth coordinator for the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. And as a youth organizer, a big part of my job is to create a space for Arab families and students to talk about their struggles and issues. And I can tell you that everyone in the community strongly feels that there's a lack of Arab representation at SFUSD. And Arab and Muslim youth feel that their cultural identity is either misrepresented or invisible. And everyone in the community is expecting that you will vote yes to this resolution, especially given that the Board of Education prioritizes racial equity in its mission. By supporting this resolution, you are standing on the side of the families and the students and the communities that are waiting eagerly, as you can see, for hours to celebrate this moment with you and with their loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, peace upon you. My name is Sadia Kiswani. I'm from Palestine. In Palestine, we respect all religions and their holidays. I wonder why I'm standing here after you hear all the students, all moms, and all people asking about Eid holidays. America is the country of justice and called for human being equality. So I'm looking forward to hear the right decision tonight and vote for our Eid holiday. Since when my kids at school, I always let them miss school because this holiday is a big holiday. After they fast the whole Ramadan from sunrise to sunset, without any food or any even drop of water. So they need a big, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, hello, my name is Leah McGeever. I'm here to support adding this to the calendar as an atheist and as a scientist. I had a really nice comment about how schools should reflect your communities and whatnot, and this includes the Muslim community. But I just gotta wonder if you care about these kids and families. They've been here all night, and is there no way they couldn't have gone sooner? Is there no way they couldn't have gone before that boring-ass, mediocre presentation? Like, is this like a case of a tyranny without a tyrant where no one takes responsibility or no one has the power to change the agenda item order? Like, seriously, this is like torture. Like, I'm really tired and like I need some sugar. My blood sugar is low. And I'm like, these are kids staying up at like, what, it's almost 10 o'clock at night. Like, this poor mom here has been trying to like keep her kid calm and so that you guys can discuss your boring shit. Like, I don't care about your budget. I care about this agenda item and this community.
Thank you. Please watch your
Thank
language.
you.
Thank you. Hit the button one time. And then it'll, one more time. No, no, okay. That's all. All right, let's have a seat here. Probably moving forward. Oh, I know what's going on. Sorry. I turned the mic off.
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name is Yasmin. I'm a current resident of San Francisco. I've been out of school for a little while, but I do have 4 younger siblings. One of them is in 7th grade, another is in kindergarten, and my mom is also a school teacher. I got really excited when I heard about this. When I was in high school, junior year of high school, it was 2016. It was during Trump's America. And at the time, I would be standing in the lunch line and people would be like, oh, it's okay. You know, I would hear these 2 people behind me and they were conversating and they said, it's okay, don't worry, he's gonna get rid of her. And I would hear that very often. 9/11, terrible day. I almost wanted to skip that school that day, but I was afraid kids would think that I'm celebrating something. I really think that passing this resolution would help a lot in getting rid of that, these like crazy ideas that people have about Muslims in America. I think it's long overdue, and I think that these students and myself and everyone else deserve to feel a sense of belonging in community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm a incoming educator at Francisco Middle School. And I just wanted to start by thanking the youth for being here today. I know this is one of your last days of summer and you're spending it here in this room, so thank you for that. And I guess I heard a lot in that, really boring presentation that just happened for the last hour about student-centered learning. And I would say, like my comrade said before, I think a real student-centered approach would be to not have folks waiting until 10 p.m. to share about this. I also just think that this is a very student-centered resolution, right? It's coming from the youth, coming from Sarah Uchen. I saw an article today that was from the Council on American Islamic Relations. It was saying that a study of youth from age 11 to 18, Muslim youth, from 2018 to 2021, 55% felt unsafe and unwelcome at school. This is one way that we can combat that. Also on May 27, 2015, in this very room, this quote happened. Someone said, Sandra Fuhrer said, at SFUSD, we are committed to providing learning environments where all students can be proud of and celebrate their own heritage and that of others. We want to give our Arabic and Vietnamese students access to authentic experiences in language and culture. That was in 2015.
Thank you.
This is overdue.
All right, calling the next group, Abdul, Chris Klaus, Alita Fisher, and Rebecca Pierce.
Hello, my name is Abdul Hadwan, working for SCIU Local 87 for the last 10 years, representing about 1,000 Muslim members. At least half of them live and work in San Francisco. Also, I'm a member of Yemeni American Association here in the Bay Area. I can't emphasize enough how much this means to our Muslim families and how many times they've been asking to have the holiday recognized as a holiday. And finally, San Francisco have a chance to make history as they've been doing always with other policies here in the city. Muslim families and kids deserve to celebrate with their family and in peace without stress or scare from losing a day or credit or losing or making or marked absent. Commissioners, please make history and approve it. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Klaus. I'm a SPED teacher at Washington High School. I'm speaking not only for myself, but for members of my school community and members of my union community who could not stay because there was no childcare tonight. They had to take their students home. The people that I've spoken to overwhelmingly support including Eid on the academic calendar as a holiday. Please support our Muslim students in their celebration of their faith in the way that historically education has supported students of other faiths and other backgrounds with their own historical and cultural and religious celebrations. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Pierce. I'm a Black Jewish writer, a filmmaker, and educator. I teach video production in Bay Area schools. I was born in San Francisco. I also do diversity, equity, inclusion work within the Jewish community. I think it's really important for people from my community to support this resolution tonight. As a Jew, I've had to miss a lot of important opportunities that were scheduled on Yom Kippur. I think my Muslim students and my Muslim relatives, because I do have family members that are Muslim, should not be in that same position. It's a basic matter of solidarity. I know in some cases that there's been controversy around what seems like a very basic thing to recognize this holiday, and the Jewish community is invoked in that. You're not doing us any favors by pitting us against the Muslim community in this case. Our issues are really similar. And I want to say that the idea that this is somehow controversial or a bigger issue because it's addressing the Jewish community is dragging us into Islamophobia that this institution should be addressing and not using us as tools to support. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Mission High School PTSA, and we actually sent you all a letter back on April 26, 2022, supporting the previous resolution for Eid. So I will paraphrase from the letter now. It's long overdue to implement this resolution. As those committed to equity and inclusion, we feel it is necessary to recognize and respect our Muslim community members, especially in a time of increased anti-Asian hate violence, Islamophobia, and attacks on all poor and working class families. This is concerning to our families participating in the Arabic pathway at our school and their allies throughout the school. The Muslim community's request for implementing Eid has been long overdue, and it concerns us that it has not been prioritized till this point. The Human Rights Commission passed this resolution calling on SFUSD to support Eid as a holiday back in 2021. This was in direct response to student advocacy. We strongly encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Lara Kaswani, please come to the dais.
Good evening, everybody. Lara Kiswani, the Executive Director of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center, also on the Equity Advisory Council for the Planning Department. I only say that because we've all been spending endless hours talking about racial justice, equity in the city of San Francisco. Appreciated Dr. Wayne's emphasis about that as well in his presentation. And I think this is just a concrete way for you all to put that into action in a not very controversial topic. So I want to keep it short and just say look forward to celebrating this resolution with you guys, implementing it, getting our families to feel not only recognized, but also respected and live in their dignity here in the city of San Francisco. So thank you in advance for supporting it. And thank you for all the folks, UESF, the commissioners, Commissioner Alexander, who introduced it, who have been supporting us along the way. Thank you.
That concludes in-person public comment. And just to clarify on the timing, we are 9 minutes left.
At this time, we will hear, please raise your hand if you would like to give your public comment on this item. You will have 1 minute to speak, and there's a total of 9 minutes. Can we please have that translated in Spanish and Chinese?
如果你而家想公眾發言的話咧，咁你而家可以舉手啦。總共有9分鐘，每人有1分鐘嘅時間嘅。Spanish, please go ahead.
Buenas noches, por favor levante su mano si tiene usted un comentario público. Solamente durará 9 minutos. Gracias.
Thank you. Latoya Pitcher.
Thank you.
First and foremost, I'm pretty sure you guys already know who I am because it's not my first time speaking tonight. But as a Christian person, I want to say finally, this is long with 16 O's overdue. I think this is a dream that is finally realized from the 1960s, the Civil Rights Act to not discriminate based on race, religion, color, or creed. And I think that with this, this is very symbolic and it's a great first step. But it should also be so that folks can be respectful of it. They need to have a certain level of understanding, and I think the schools and the PTAs can do that. So I think the SFUSD school board should promote the understanding and the education behind this holiday as we do with other holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Chopsky.
Yeah, hi. Thanks. This is a no-brainer. Just say yes, and can we move along to the more important things of getting the students all up to snuff? This is a no-brainer. I don't know why we're talking about it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. SFHRC.
Hello, commissioners. This is Kathy Mulkey-Meyer, Commission Secretary for the San Francisco Human Rights Commission. In addition to that work, I support the SFUSD Equity Studies Task Force, Closed Juvenile Hall Working Group, and a variety of public safety initiatives. First of all, I want to congratulate Sarah O'Sheen. I began working with her when she contacted me in May 2021. And we also worked with a summer intern, or sorry, a summer fellow named Ramis Benouri with the American Indivisible Public Leaders for Inclusion Fellowship. He did the conducted research, community listening sessions with students, community union members, and we conducted a series of hearings during Human Rights Commission meetings regarding this legislation and supporting this legislation, I should add. Some of the people who spoke were Aaliyah Chisti, trustee with City College of San Francisco, Vikram Iyer, Deputy Director of American Civil Liberties Union, Sonia Traus. We support this wholeheartedly and thank you, community, for moving this to the Human Rights Commission and SFUSD.
Thank you. Lay.
Hi, good evening. I know it's late. I just wanted to say that I'm glad that you all will be moving forward and passing this for our students. And that when we, one of the callers said that this discussion is too long. It's not long enough. We need to have patience to learn about different people, different places, and that means listening as long as it takes. So I look forward to learning about the Muslim community. And I thank everybody and the children, especially, for coming forward to speak. We're very proud of you.
Thank you. Alia Christie.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Alia Chisti. I'm trustee at City College of San Francisco board, and just wanted to give a little bit about my background about myself. I was born and raised in San Francisco. I am a proud graduate of SFUSD, and I am also the first Muslim woman elected to any position in the history of San Francisco. So this resolution is incredibly important to the Muslim community. Eid. I was always upset when I had to, be at school and miss Eid and that battle that I had to experience as a student at SFUSD. And this makes us feel heard and seen, and it fosters inclusivity and a sense of belonging. And I just want to appreciate all of the Muslim youth, the community members, peace and blessings upon all of you. And to Commissioner Alexander for your leadership on this. And let's bring this fight to City College of San Francisco next. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller ending in 045. Caller ending in 045. Youth team.
Hi, yes. Hi, everybody. My name is not youth team. It's Leiwa Wu. I am a staff member at Chinese Progressive Association, and I'm here to reiterate my support in making Eid an official school holiday. First, just want to appreciate everybody, including the district and commissioners, for doing everything you can to take care of our families in this moment in a time of COVID. But we also know, especially in this moment of COVID, especially in this rise of anti-Asian violence, Islamophobia, that many of our communities are feeling more disenfranchised. Just this past week, we saw a series of violence directed against Muslim men in Albuquerque, New Mexico, leading for a lot of our Muslim communities, leading to a lot of fear in a place where many immigrants and refugees had felt at home. And so as somebody who sees my own cultural holidays like Lunar New Year integrated into work calendars and to school calendars, I know how valuable it is to, as a child, to see institutions affirm a part of my home and a part of my cultural heritage. So I urge you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Seer? Yes, Seer? Tashif?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, go ahead, please. Yes,
Sure, sorry, I was muted. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. So peace upon all of you. Thank you very much, all of you, all the youth and the commissioners, why this resolution is here. I can't tell how important it is. And I'm so excited that finally it's happening after a long wait. I really don't want to see our next generation to go through the same thing how we went, and going to the schools with all our friends, and we are celebrating their events, and it's really a racial equity issue. And I'm sitting with my nieces and nephews, and they just want to say something.
Please give us Eid break.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tashif?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kashif Abdullah. I am a part of the San Francisco Unified School District, Global alumni, born and raised here. And I'm right now currently the school head of the San Francisco Islamic School, which is the only full-time Islamic school in the city of San Francisco. And before that, I think we're the only metropolitan city in the entire nation that did not have a full-time Islamic school in the city. So first and foremost, I want to recognize all the youth who came out here tonight, and just give it up for you guys. We recognize you. It takes a lot to be out here tonight and speaking the truth. Sister Sarah from Wallenberg, my son goes to Wallenberg, by the way, as well, for rallying the troops. Excellent work. We look forward to seeing a lot of good work from you. And I know speaking to the youth sometimes is not easy, being a Muslim youth in the public school. Been there, done that, being called Scud missile during the first Persian Gulf War, and then going to the military and them telling me that I shouldn't be there because I'm Muslim. And for a population of students who are underrepresented, and if the studies show that, and this is a big issue, studies show that 50% of Muslim youth experience some kind of bullying or being made fun of because of their character, because of their identity. So passing this resolution, and there's a lot of trauma associated with that, a lot of mental health issues associated with that, but passing this resolution is going to tell them, guess what? It's going to echo, we care about you, we recognize your identity, and we're here to support you. So for me, it's a no-brainer. I have the luxury of being at a public school.
Sorry, if you could finish your final thought. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, President Lim.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open up to board members and superintendent for any comments or questions. Vice President Bogus?
Yeah, thank you. I think I wanted to just first say thank you to everyone who stuck around to give public comment and everyone who gave comment on the issue earlier today. just, a lot of appreciation to understand the difficulties of coming and participating in the board processes and the long, boring nature of them. I think I just wanted to just lift up that it's really important for us as a district and a city to celebrate culture. But I would also say it's also really important for us not to celebrate religion. And to kind of be aware of kind of the hypocrisy that exists in the district with kind of our winter break and how that relates to Christmas break, and the fact that we don't really talk about that and kind of wrestle with kind of the historical legacy of that and how it impacts our district. I do want to just say, I do think that the resolution has some ripple effects that I think it's important for us to lift up and talk about how it will impact the school district calendar, as well as how it will impact other groups who are looking for additional representation in SFUSD. And really, like, what does that mean for us as a district, and how do we kind of hold that true and ensure that we're creating equity and inclusion for folks? But understanding that not every group is going to be able to have a holiday or time off. And so what does it actually mean to see folks, be inclusive of folks, if we're not able to give everyone kind of the same processes that we kind of have been as far as holidays and time off? I would also just say, I think another one of the challenges for us as a board is kind of our new process versus our old process. The new process of the board and the way that we look at things is we really try to stay away from commissioner-directed resolutions, because we think that they're harmful for the district because they don't allow staff the ability to make decisions that are based on what's best for students. And it can lead to political decisions impacting schools and students. And so I think that's just something for us to kind of keep in mind of, like, how do we stay true and honest to community and help fulfill these goals without having commissioners introduce resolutions. And really utilizing the leadership of the superintendent's office to do it. And I think in that regard, I wanted to just end with a question for the superintendent. If you could just talk a little bit about, like, what it will take for the district to implement a resolution like this, and kind of like what are the internal structures that still would need to kind of happen if the board were to make a decision to support the resolution.
Sure. So I'll share, and then I'm looking to legal counsel if there's more to add on, who has more context. But I believe every year the district prepares its calendar for the academic school year. The district leadership develops an initial draft, and then we consult with our UE and our labor partners, as well as our parent advisory committee, to finalize the calendar. And so we haven't had a process to add holidays to the calendar. So I think when you ask what it would take, we would need to, I think we would need to expand that engagement for people to understand the implications of what we're doing. In practical terms, what it would mean is that we would have to, for having 1 or 2 additional holidays during our current academic calendar year, we'd have to extend the school year, either end later or start earlier. The other implication is, while there's not necessarily an upfront cost to adding a holiday, I think we need to consider the operational costs and impacts as well, because for our employees who work on the school calendar, their number of work days doesn't change, just the schedule of it does. For our employees who are on the annual calendar, it does impact their number of work days, and this then is time where their work's not being completed during those days. So we need to investigate more the impact on the operation. So in sum, I think this would mean really talking with the groups we typically talk with, as well as expanding that to understand the impact on families in our community, and then we need to address some of the operational issues. If there's anything you wanted to add, or if I captured.
I think you got it all.
Commissioner Shu, Alexander, and then Weissman Ward.
Thank you. With due respect to everyone who spoke in support of this resolution tonight, especially the students, I think we, as an SFUSD, need to establish some criteria by which we evaluate holiday requests such as this. Criteria can be or include whether it's a federal or state holiday, or number of students or percentage of student population affected by the holiday, or something else. We should absolutely be thoughtful about what criteria we should include. If we don't establish any criteria, approve this request, every other community can ask for their own holiday, and we would have to say yes to everyone, as Vice President Bo just indicated. And I don't believe that is a practical way to manage a school calendar or run a school district. There should also be a process for such requests. Is it to convince one or more board members to sponsor a resolution? Is it a department at SFUSD that should receive such a request? How long should it take to get an answer? That's what I mean by a process. Without criteria and a process, I believe it is irresponsible for the board to approve such a request at this time. And as Commissioner Bo just asked question, I also would like to know the fiscal impact of adding a holiday. As you just mentioned, I don't believe this analysis has been done, or at least presented to us.
Michelle Alexander.
Thank you, and I also want to echo the thanks to community that's here, especially our younger members of the community. So I want to, this is where I foreshadowed earlier that the guardrails are where I am experiencing the growing pains, because we are working on a governance system and a process where every decision we make, we need to analyze, make the analysis. To be clear, I'm not saying that this resolution doesn't make that analysis. It's that we haven't done that analysis. I also, I understand Commissioner Shu's discussion of needing a process. I agree with this. I have had conversations with some of y'all who also agree that there's a process, but that many folks have tried to engage in this work and have discussions for many time, and it feels like process is now being weaponized. And so I want to be really mindful of that. And I want to do it right. And so I'm wondering if there's any way, and maybe this is a question to Dr. Wayne, this has been an ask that's been before us. I mean, I've only been on the commission now since March, but I've seen many of your faces and heard the ask multiple times. And I know this was happening before I joined, and it would feel disingenuous and unfair, even though I know our guardrails don't talk about sort of unfair in this way, but it would feel problematic to me to push so that we don't have a decision for the next calendar year. And I'm wondering, since we don't have to publish the calendar until January, is there a commitment, or can we get a commitment from superintendent, from staff to make sure that there's a process, and make sure that the process can be completed? I mean, I feel like it's already 3/4 of the way done in terms of the work that's been done by many members of this community. Can we do that in time for January? Because I do have a real issue with pushing this so that it's a whole nother school year that we don't have a decision. I also just want to say, on a personal level, I really appreciate where this is coming from. I'm an immigration attorney and activist. I've been doing deportation defense for the last 16 years. I've litigated many cases relating to unlawful stops, detentions, refusals for admission, deportation for Muslim non-citizens. So I know, in terms of from the lens of an attorney, I know the harm that many Muslim community members and their families have faced, and that this is a way to create inclusion and to uplift and acknowledge and recognize and celebrate culture. And so that's sort of where I am. My question to you, Dr. Wayne, is there a way to do this and this? Does it have to be mutually exclusive?
So first, Yeah, I just want to say in my short time listening and learning, I hear what you and other commissioners are saying, but more importantly, I hear what the community members who came out and speak tonight are saying about this has been a long conversation and one in which they've not necessarily felt seen or heard. And, and someone who's coming in wanting, I'm talking about wanting to listen and learn with the goal of our community feeling seen and heard. With that being said, I just want clarity on what you're asking for, because I think, and as I shared with the Commissioner Bogus, that we will need to rethink how we're talking about and working with our calendar moving forward based on the action that you take tonight. So if you took action to approve it, we definitely need to have some additional conversations about what this means for the district. If you're asking, and that could include establishing a criteria for future decisions. If you're asking, can a criteria and process be put in place between now and January, we could possibly do that, but then that's a different question, because I couldn't say what the outcome of that would be then. We would have a process and criteria we would bring back to the board and say, okay, here's, we've looked at, and following Commissioner Shu's comments, we looked at these, looked at all the factors that go into a decision like this. Here's the 5 we think we should lift up, including, what our values are. And so looking through this lens, we'll now start making decisions about our calendar. The thing is, if you're asking for that process to be in place before this is finalized, this would want to be transparent. The outcome of that process is not, I couldn't say what the outcome of that process could be, except for that it would be rigorous and definitely would involve thinking through all the factors that, again, hearing tonight are important for our community to consider. So I know I answered your question with the question, but I guess it's which direction are you, seeking, and maybe other commissioners' comments will help provide clarity.
Commissioner Alexander.
Thanks. I'm struggling right now because with kind of our credibility as a board around issues pertaining to race and racism in marginalized communities, when one of our board members has made racist comments toward Black and Latinx communities, has not completed the process of making amends for that, although I believe she's authentic in her desire to do so, and is now making comments on this resolution, which could reflect similar patterns. And so I just think I just want to name that, and I'm not trying to take a position on it, but I just want to name it. I think it's making me uncomfortable, and I think it is a continuing issue around the credibility of this board around issues related to race and marginalized communities that I just don't want to ignore. That being said, I want to say I'm really honored to have sponsored this resolution that was originally requested by a Wallenberg High School student and subsequently supported by many members of the growing Arab and Muslim community in SFUSD. As we know, and I think, again, it would be great if we as a board had credibility on this, Arab and Muslims in the US face incredible discrimination, as we heard tonight, including within SFUSD. And so a holiday is not the only way to deal with that. It certainly may not even be the best way, but it is a way, right? It is a way to say, we see you, we hear you, we value you, you belong in SFUSD. So again, I don't, the holiday, it may not even be the best way to do it, like I said, but this is where we're at because the community's been asking for this for a long, long time. And frankly, there's this question about process. I just want to say, you all as community have followed the process. For the last 20 years, I've watched SFUSD for 20 years. The process for getting new holidays is to have a board member sponsor a resolution and bring it to the board. That's actually been the process. Is that the best process? I don't think so. I don't think any of us think that, right? So I think we want to change that process, but that actually has literally been the process. Lunar New Year was done that way. As recently as this summer, Juneteenth was done that way, and we all supported it. So again, I just want to name that from the community perspective, in terms of the process that actually exists, in reality, they've followed it. And so I fully support changing the process. I don't think it's a good process, so I'll just say that, right? So I also think there's been questions around student learning. There's a ton of research. As an educator, I can say this, educational and psychological research that belonging Student sense of belonging directly impacts student outcomes. Student sense of belonging directly impacts student outcomes. That's been documented. So again, to the extent that Arab and Muslim students feel like they don't belong in SFUSD, this is one way, maybe not the best way, maybe not the only way, but it's a way. It clearly reflects our values. It clearly reflects SFUSD values, diversity driven, all the things we put up there, but it also reflects the values of the city, right? You hear people, I mean, people talk about what does San Francisco mean? Like this is the area where San Francisco leads, right? Again, could we have a better way of figuring it out and which are the holidays? Absolutely. But I just don't want to lose that in the comments around process and around governance. Like I'm fully committed to better governance on this board. And I think we have not done a good job. I'll take responsibility for my part in it, and we need to do a lot better. And let's not lose sight of our values in the process. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to the community. Thank you to our students for not just coming out tonight, but all of the work leading up to this evening. Many of my colleagues raised, as we sit here on the dais, it's around, how are we leading this district? How are we really addressing our students and our community's needs? And I hear absolutely the importance of being visible, being heard, being seen, how to be celebrated. And I really appreciate Commissioner Alexander, you raising about, as we are approaching a new way of governing, that this may not have been the best approach, and how the district, not only with Eid, but overall, how this district has governed itself over the last many decades. And so that's one thing that I, absolutely want to support, the recognition of Eid and the Muslim community. I also struggle with this governance piece, as well as the potential fiscal impact. I was curious to why initially staff noted there would be no fiscal impact, and yet we know that there are operational impacts as well as on the financial aspect. So that is also a mismatch to me around how we're looking at we do our work and setting up those expectations with our community. And so it's really clear to me that absolutely moving forward, we need to have stronger approaches. We need to be clear about those guardrails. And Commissioner Weissman-Ward, I also struggle with those guardrails and know that we will be tested to those guardrails. So that is also where I'm at today, and just wanting to appreciate to be able to have this dialogue and discussion, because we haven't had it as a full board.
Thank you, President Lamb. Yeah, I think I just wanted to come back to comment again, and just to share a certain level of disappointment with the district and the level of preparedness of staff to kind of answer all of our questions and to kind of prepare the documentation that it feels like commissioners need to kind of have a fuller idea of the impact of the action and kind of how it will impact the district. And so because of that, I wanted to make a motion to table the resolution, to permit the district to take the time to do that work and to come back and to present it to us for the rest of the board. And so I wanted to make that motion and present that to the Superintendent and President Lamb for us to consider before we move forward.
Would you have a time limit because of?
You come here for like the last several months, Driven. Sorry, that's really disrespectful. Very disrespectful to the families that have been showing up for months. We thought this was going to be passed during Ramadan this year. That's unacceptable to the community. New York passed it in 2016. This is not the first video.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understand the frustration, but we can't have this going on.
I think I'm making a motion for us to table it until the next board meeting.
What will it do?
I have a question of what will be done between now and then.
I'm asking the board president and the superintendent to kind of address all the kind of outstanding concerns from commissioners and to kind of share the additional details.
Give me a break. This is so disrespectful. I'm sorry, I don't want to be disrespectful, but this is a huge show of disrespect to the community. We entrusted you guys. We compromised on the resolution. This is unacceptable.
Well, let me ask if council, will we need a second on that motion?
You do need a second.
Is there a second? Go ahead.
I mean, I guess my question is there, I do think we need to, like, I do think the question of what can we direct something to happen? Because I do think if it's just a pushing of things along to no end, then I don't know that it's what we want to do. If we can in fact do both things, which is, and I know we can't promise anything if there's a process, but if we can in fact create a process, allow that process to be finished so that we can address this and make sure something is available or not available for the January calendar. Like I don't want to push, but I want to push if in fact the process can be done in a meaningful way. And that's probably back to you, which I think is a similar version of what I asked before.
I think you need a second to open discussion and debate.
Second.
So, so I think I would want clarity again on what's being expected to be brought back, because if you're talking between now and next meeting, I don't think there will be much new information. Could further look at the operational impacts to this, as well as flesh out more of the kind of conversations that I said would need to happen. But that's different than if we're saying there needs to be a process with clear criteria. That will take time to develop and bring back. Or if you're saying develop and bring back a criteria that you're going to that for us to use, and I don't know that we can get that in 2 weeks. But if we were to do that again, then the outcome could be something different. So that's why I'm just seeking clarity on: is it just more information around this, or really do you want a process and criteria to go through? Commissioner Alexander said here was the previous one. This is what we followed. Again, I did look from what I didn't know if it was a board resolution, but you're right. The last holiday before Juneteenth was the Lunar New Year, and so it was, I guess, proposed in that way, but looked at and it was looked at. Why were we doing this? What's the impact on the students and staff? If you're asking for that to that whole process to come back, then I think it will take a bit of time to establish that criteria. If you're asking just for further information on the impact of this, we could provide some, but I don't know how that impacts what you're working on.
I guess I'm also just confused, Vice President Bogus. I mean, we've had these discussions for months, right? And board, you all knew we delayed this from June 28th. There was a decision to delay this from that June 23rd, second meeting in June. Originally, this was going to come for a vote. Board leadership decided to pull it and wait until now, which again, like President Lam and I spoke about it, and I respect that decision, but I don't understand why, if that was going to happen, why didn't it happen between then and now. Like, it feels like, this to me just feels like absurd. Like, we knew all the questions. So to now say, oh, we want more time feels, again, like it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't understand what we didn't know back then that we know now that has changed.
Commissioner Shu? I just want to reiterate that Commissioner Alexander is right. We shouldn't just push for pushing's sake. I reiterate that we need criteria and process. And without that being in place, whether it's this request and the ripple effects that may come if this request is granted, we're going to run into the same problem. Does everybody have to go for a year and a half and convince one or two or more commissioners to sponsor a resolution? We all agree that that's not the right way. So I think if we're going to table this, then give it sufficient time. Maybe the superintendent can tell us if it's not January, maybe it's sometime sooner. That criteria and process can be made clear so that then we reevaluate based on that.
I was going to say, maybe if we can call the question on the motion. I mean, I definitely feel like also tonight we're missing out on the insight of our other commissioners as well too, but I definitely feel like that's not anything to prevent us from participating and voting, and kind of what we need to do if folks feel like we should move forward.
I would just add, I mean, I heard Commissioner Weissman-Ward say she would like a process with some criteria and community engagement before next year's calendar is adopted. I think that's something we can look at, and whether or not that is possible. The one thing I would just caution the board about, and I know you all know this, you have some major initiatives right now, and you don't have critical positions filled, right? We do not have a deputy superintendent of instruction. Hopefully this next item you're going to vote on a head of staff. But all of the sort of critical people who would be moving this type of work forward, or high school redesign, those positions we need to get filled. So that's not to say we can't do it, but we would need to be thoughtful and transparent about how we could move that work forward.
I think that clarification is helpful. I think that's what makes me nervous about, this is hard. That's what makes me nervous about the motion, because if we're saying, let's be honest with ourselves, and we can say we're going to commit to a process, but the process is going to take another 6 months, that makes me feel very uncomfortable. If we could commit to not having this drawn on for an extended period of time, and knowing before we had to vote on the January calendar, that makes me feel more comfortable. But not knowing that the idea that this could go on indefinitely, because we have to be honest with ourselves about what our capacity is what makes me particularly uncomfortable.
Just though, Commissioner, what I would suggest then, instead of trying to come up on the spot with an analysis of whether or not we could actually deliver on what you're asking for, that is something we could come back to you with. And yes, this is possible, or we're just going to be realistic with you, like it's not possible. And some of the other analysis that Vice President Bogus was asking for, that I think Superintendent is doable in 2 weeks. But certainly the process and the analysis, that can all happen in 2 weeks. That's not realistic.
Yeah, and I appreciate you, explaining some of our capacity issues. So that's why I guess the question I'm asking is, so I do agree, we can come back and bring that in 2 weeks, but it's still going to raise the fundamental question is, are you saying that you want to make a decision about any holiday based on a process and criteria, and then find out, we can tell you when we could finish that, or not? Because if you want to do it based on a process and criteria, that is going to take time to develop. By next meeting, I think we can give a timeline around that. But if, that's why I was just clarifying, because if it's just a table to bring back information, I don't think information is going to impact the outcome of impact what you're going to decide. You either are deciding, do you want to use a criteria? Do you want to develop a criterion process? Everybody seems to agree that moving forward, that'd be the case. You want to do that moving forward for everything, or moving forward after you make a decision here? That's another question to consider.
I would just add to that too. I think in addition to the criteria, we want something that's fair and equitable, that makes sure that all students and families and communities are seen in the district. And I think that is a little bit of the complicating nature of the conversation, because I think what we've historically done is prioritize large communities in our district for holidays versus trying to figure out how do we do it equitably, or how do we represent communities and make them visible in other ways besides kind of dedicating days off or other kind of acknowledgement things that we do in the district. So I think just to like lift up the need to like flesh out how we want to balance those and how we want to even start engaging in kind of the conversations and thoughts around those things too.
I guess I'm still not understanding. I agree with Superintendent Wayne and Commissioner Shu on this. I don't understand like what's going to happen in 2 weeks that's going to change. I mean, I feel like we need to make a decision about this resolution. Let's make the decision tonight. If the board's going to vote it down and say, we're going to vote it down so that we can have a process, then let's vote it down tonight and have a process. If the board's going to vote it in, which is what I would prefer, let's vote it in tonight and have a process. Waiting 2 weeks is not going to help. It's not going to help. It's going to make it worse. And then we're going to have the same conversation in 2 weeks. We're going to make everybody else, they're going to have to come out again in 2 weeks. They're going to have to do turnout again in 2 weeks to come. And it's just not fair to the community, I don't think. I think we need to make a decision tonight.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the floor, right? So, and
Vice President Bogus, do you want to restate your motion so that commissioners are clear on what their vote is?
Yeah, the motion is to table this vote for 2 weeks so that we have more time to gather more information.
Okay, so we vote on the motion. Correct. Commissioner Alexander, on the motion to table the resolution for 2 weeks. Commissioner Alexander? No. Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Shu?
No.
Commissioner Matamidi? Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman Ward?
no,
President Lamb?
no.
4 nays, 1 aye. Fails. Is that correct? 2 absent, okay.
Yeah, so is the board ready to proceed
Yes.
with the vote on the resolution?
Just a point of clarity, how many votes would it need to pass?
4 votes. So it is not a majority of the commissioners present, it is a majority of the board. So in the case where you have commissioners absent, yeah, you need additional commissioners to vote.
Okay, on the resolution. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Shu?
No.
Commissioner Matamidi? Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman Ward?
Yes.
President Lamb?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Free to exit. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Exit as quietly as possible. We still have business. Thank you.
Add on, that's just fine. Yeah, so, okay, so Thank you for, just want to appreciate the Board of Education for making a decision. So then just to be clear, so the resolution was approved. So for the, just since you were asking, what does this involve? I'll make sure we're all clear. So the resolution was approved that for, and when developing the 23-24 school year calendar, that the Eid holiday will be included, correct? And that in the development of the calendar, then that, as I shared before, staff will be needing to kind of broaden the conversation to determine exactly, where we're going to extend whether we're going to extend the year or shorten it, and any other considerations. Then additionally, I heard interest in knowing that what would be a criteria or process for moving forward. And I don't think that was an agenda item to provide, for a board to take action on, but heard that is an area of interest. So staff will talk about, as we are developing the calendar process for 23-24, what's our capacity to be able to have in place a process and criteria. And that might be something we bring back to the board sooner, just so to help us have guidance as we're developing this calendar, and as other questions start to come up about what does this mean if any other constituency or any other community members feel like there needs to be a recognition. So,
thank you, Dr. Wayne, for that clarification. So at this time, we are going to recess for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and reconvene and go into agenda item K.
You guys, thank you so much. That's all we're hoping, you guys. Thank you.
thank you, thank you.
You guys, thank you.
Thank you. Special order of business, item number K. The joint use easement and cost sharing agreement related to the development of low and moderate income educator rental housing. Dr. Wayne?
Yes, and actually we have for this, let me make sure. For K1, 2, and 3, we're going to just present those all together. Before, I guess in the previous board meeting in June, we were able to move forward with the next step in teacher housing project, which I know the community appreciates, and thank the team for making that happen. And so then we're going to be able, we're going to present some administrative issues that need to be addressed for us to continue to move forward. So I'll turn it over to Executive Director of Facility and Planning, Karen Sullivan.
Superintendent, shall I read the recommendations into the record first and then?
Yeah, let's move all three items and second them, and then we can read them in the record.
So moved.
Second.
If you want to read the recommendations in.
All right, 3 items as quickly as possible. Agenda item K1, staff recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the district's consent to the joint use easement and cost sharing agreement between MP Francis Scott Key 2 Associates LP and MP Francis Scott Key 1 LLC, which will define the use of shared areas on the Shirley Chisholm Village development at the former site of the Francis Scott Key Elementary School, 1360 43rd Avenue, San Francisco, Block 1797, Lot 007. Agenda item K2, all staff recommends that the Board of Education approve the district's recording of the notice of special restrictions related to the development of 100 units of moderate income rental housing at the former site of the Francis Scott Key Elementary School, 1360 43rd Avenue, San Francisco, Block 1797, Lot 007. And item K3, staff recommends that the Board of Education approve the district's recording of the notice of special restrictions related to the development of 35 units of low-income rental housing at the former site of the Francis Scott Key Elementary School, 1360 43rd Avenue, San Francisco, Block 1797, Lot 007. And I'd just like to also introduce Karen Sullivan, our Executive Director of Facility Capital Planning, who will very briefly summarize the purpose of these items, and then we can move forward.
Thanks, Dawn. Yes, so at the June 14th meeting, the board approved 2 ground leases for the teacher housing development. The developer, MidPen, has been moving forward with securing financing, construction financing for the project. In order to close construction financing, as the owner of these properties, the district needs to consent to a joint use easement agreement and sign 2 notice of special restrictions that confirm the income restrictions associated with the properties. The current timeline is to close construction financing on August 18th, and construction will start shortly after that with an expected timeframe of 24 months. I'll leave it at that if anyone has questions.
I think we maybe would want to call for public comment before we go to comments from commissioners.
We have no speaker cards for in-person on this item.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, any comments? Yes, please.
Please raise your hand if you care to speak to the educator housing items. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
係，如果你想就住呢個教師嘅屋嗰度居所嗰度咧呢個項目咧講公眾發言的話咧，而家可以舉手啦，唔該。
Buenas noches, si tiene usted algún comentario público, por favor.
Chris Klaus?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm going to keep this short and sweet. Let's get educator housing built. Let's get it built as quickly as we can. And also let's push the mayor's office to continue to fund the DALP, the Down Payment Assistance Loan Program. There is an educator specific one, and the 2022 DALP has yet to be posted, despite the 2021 DALP being posted and all of that, you know, during 2021 and fulfilled. All of the processes for that were due by, I think, May of 2021. So let's do both at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Latoya Pitcher.
Hi, thank you. In regards to educator housing, I think this is a great first step. My recommendation or suggestion is not to make sure that it's symbolic, but is very much actionable. I see that they are being built on the western side of the city on 43rd Avenue. However, there are schools that need teachers everywhere, and especially if you want to attract talent all over the city, consider maybe partnering with other Mid-Pan or Mercy or Bridge Housing, affordable housing developers, or even being able to have a priority through the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development for educators so that they don't have to wait 5 to 10 years for new housing to be built. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes virtual public comment for this item.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from the board? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Vice President Bogus?
Yay.
Commissioner Shu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi? Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman Ward?
Yes.
President Lamb?
Yes.
5 ayes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Steele, I meant to jump in. So we're going to take a roll call vote separately on each of these items, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're going to start that again. Let's on number 1, 228-9S01. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Shu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi, Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman Ward?
Yes.
President Lamb?
Yes.
Thank you. This is on item number 2, 228-9S02. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Commissioner Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Shu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi, Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman Ward?
Yes.
President Lamb?
Yes.
5 ayes. On 3, 228-9S03. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Shu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi, Commissioner Sanchez, Commissioner Wiseman Ward?
Yes.
President Lamb?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Thank you. Now to the vote of employment contracts for unrepresented executive employees, head of staff 2289S04. I'd like to ask for a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second. At this time, I'd like to ask General Counsel to introduce or the recommendation, read the recommendation into the record.
Thank you. Commissioners, under this item, we're asking that you approve a one-year employment agreement for the head of staff. The head of staff will be placed on the management salary schedule, grade 6, step 5. And Dr. Wayne, I don't know if you wanted to add anything more personal than that.
No, just appreciate the opportunity to begin or fill a vacancy in the leadership team and bringing in and to bring forward Marin Trujillo, a longtime district leader who is committed to our goals of equity and being focused on student outcomes. And so we'll be excited to welcome him aboard pending your approval.
Thank you. Any public comment?
No speaker cards on this item.
Please raise your hand if you care to speak to the head of staff item. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
如果你想就住以上呢一個項目咧，公眾發言的話咧，而家可以舉手啦，唔該。
Buenas noches, por favor levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Gracias.
Lei?
Hi, I would like to see for 2022 and 2023 an organizational chart of these management lead roles. I know many parents have asked for it time and time again. We would like more details and understanding their salary, their roles, and their job description. Please, please do that for us. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Lee, can you state your last name, please?
It is Ishan, Ishaan.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that does conclude our virtual public comment.
Okay, comments from board members? Superintendent, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Shu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi? Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman-Ward?
Yes.
President Lamb?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Great. We will now return back to earlier agenda items. Agenda item F on the consent calendar. I'd like to ask for a motion and a second on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
At this time, I'd like to open for public comment. Members of the public may comment on any matter on the consent calendar, but members of the public shall not be permitted to sever agenda items for discussion. I have one public comment, Mr. Rex Ridgway.
Thank you. Item number 53, it refers back to the question that Commissioner Bogus asked about timeline of the Columbine locks. And when you open 53, you will actually see 10 school sites that the names have been redacted, of course, for security purposes. I didn't mention my granddaughter's high school for security purposes. I don't know if her high school is one of the 10 sites. So the only reason I want to bring it up is not to pull it off or anything, but perhaps you guys have questions on the Columbine locks and other things, because there's the bid packages are there, and it has the completion date or anticipation completion date of 2023. So again, that's item number 53. I'm not the one to ask questions. Ms. Calumination, I'm surely can answer any questions you may have, but that's the item we were talking about as far as security when it comes to respect to the company that's under contract that's going to bring the Columbine locks. At my granddaughter's high school, there's 95 still waiting to be done. Maybe her school is one of the ones redacted. So that's all. I think this is a very important discussion. That's the reason I wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Any items withdrawn or corrected by the superintendent? Seeing none. Items removed for first reading by any board members? or to be severed tonight for discussion?
I just have a question, not necessarily to sever any item. Can I ask a question?
Council, please remind me again.
So I think for consent items, your practice has been that if you're going to have discussion on a consent item, you pull it for discussion and separate vote.
Okay, so we will do that. Commissioner Hsu, which item did you want to ask a question about?
Actually, it wasn't a particular item, but it's referencing 7 and 8, the content that says funding sources. These contracts are budgeted in department and site budgets using a variety of funding sources. The district is underway with developing a report that will outline the specific funding sources by contract. This was asked a number of meetings ago. I just wanted to know like the timeline for that.
I think our head financial officer, Megan Wallace, can respond.
Yes, Commissioner Hsu, thank you for the question. I do appreciate it. Unfortunately, I don't have an update for you at this point in time. I do know that staff that has anticipated working on doing this report has actually been dedicating their time completely to empower-related issues. So I think we all agreed that staff would raise that if that is indeed the cause for delays. I can guarantee that that is one of the primary causes of delay in being able to prepare that information. That being said, there are many, many contracts that come before you at each board meeting, and I do recognize why you're asking the question and certainly how it would be useful. So I will check in with the team and see if there's anything that we can do to get resources dedicated to getting that information for you.
Thank you.
Roll call vote on the consent calendar, please.
Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Hsu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi? Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman-Ward?
Yes.
President Lamb?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Moving to agenda G, retroactive contracts, consent calendar. Like to ask for a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Any public comment?
No speaker cards for this item.
Please raise your hand if you care to speak to the retroactive contracts items. Can we please have that repeated in Spanish and Chinese?
Buenas noches. Por favor, levante su mano si desea añadir un comentario público. Gracias.
如果你想就
如果你想就住呢個同意令嘅議程嚟到發言嘅話咧，大家可以請舉手。多謝。
Seeing no hands raised.
Thank you. Any items withdrawn or corrected by the superintendent? Seeing none. Items removed for first reading by board members? Seeing none. Any items to be severed by the board for discussion or vote tonight? Seeing none. Roll call vote. Mr. Steele on retroactive contracts from the consent calendar.
Thank you, President Lamb. Commissioner Alexander?
Yes.
Vice President Bogus?
Yes.
Commissioner Hsu?
Yes.
Commissioner Matamidi? Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Wiseman-Ward?
Yes.
President Lamb?
Yes.
5 ayes.
Okay, this now brings us back to agenda item L, board members' reports. Report from standing committees. I'm smiling because I'm the first one up on the special meeting that we held July 17th. We talked at length about it tonight as far as really setting us up for our mission, values, goals, and guardrails. And we had a ad hoc committee to revise board operating procedures on Tuesday, July 19th. Chair Matomedy. Yes, Vice President Bogus.
Yeah, in the meeting, we reviewed some draft new board policies and kind of had ongoing discussions about what additional changes we need to make to improve board practices and processes. And we'll be continuing those conversations with our consultant at a future meeting. There was two of them. Yes, and so it was a similar meeting on Friday the 5th, which was the last one we had, where we shared the most updated version kind of our updated proposed board policies and made comments about the direction to take them to finalize them.
Thank you, Vice President Bogus. We also had a special meeting on Tuesday, August 2nd. The action item was the admonishment of Commissioner Anshu. And then that concludes our board reports. As far as any reports from board member organizations, seeing none. And at this time, memorial adjournment, none tonight. And we will officially adjourn at 11:23. Thank you so much.